Black Sheep is first. How's everyone doing today? We're going to be looking at this. So I should probably get my camera and shit in the right position. There we go. Black Sheep, you goddamn legend. Goddamn good-looking legend. How you doing, man? So I think we're going to wait for a few people to show up. Sega boy, what's going on? So I think we're going to wait for a few people to show up. Oh, no. Sega boy, what's going on? So oh, no. Wait for a few people to show up. Oh, no. Sega boy, what's going on? Oh, no. Wait for a few people to show up. Hang on. Oh, no. Sega boy, what's going on? Oh, no. Wait for a few people to show up. Hang on. That was called feedback. How's everyone doing today? There we go. Jesus, what's going on? What No Contact did? What's going on, dude? Hey, Ridge Gecko, how are you doing, buddy? Portable ham sandwich is here. The legendary portable ham sandwich. Fresh Hotline, how you doing today? So what we're doing today, if you're just tuning into the VOD, is we're going to look at every single physical game I have. Nope, I lied. Every single movie I have, which it's a massive collection. Smash Rocket, what's going on? Thanks for tuning in. I wish that light I set up was a bit better. Let me go fix it. Whoa! I'm gonna put it down a bit. There we go. Also, let's make it a little bit more, I'd say warmer. There we go. Oh, I'm back. What's going on? Portable ham sandwich already gifted it. See, now the light looks weird. Goddamn light. 1's 2 cents. What's up? Portable ham sandwich. Thank you for the support, man. Nightwalker, King. I see King of Les. What No Contact. I see Surge X. Gorilla Pimp. What's going on? Cave On. We got Gabriel, the Bubster's here. Robert Riviera. Listen, Robert Riviera. Yeah. Hope everyone's having a good... What day is it? What day is it? Wednesday. Real Spoilers is here. Omega Clips, what's going on? Da Vinci, appreciate you. What? Shadow just gifted, thank you. Oh no, not gifted. Have I seen The Ritual? A good horror movie, says Shadow7796. I haven't actually seen that. I have not seen that. Hang on, let me turn this light down. It's a little too bright. It's a little too bright, and I'm blind as a bat now. Let's go, I don't know, 20% on that light? How's that? That's much better. So, Ritual says, sorry, Shadow776, how you doing, man? Thank you for the support, appreciate it. Says, have I seen The Ritual? I have not. I know that there's a lot of horror movies that people are like, hey, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Haven't. Bill says, nice shirt. Thank you, by the way. This is from Mandy, which I'm sure is in the collection somewhere here. So today, if you're just tuning in VOD, let me reiterate what we're doing today. Sega boy, thank you. We are going to go through my complete collection, which is going to take hours and hours and hours. So I hope you guys are sat back. You've had dinner. You got a text message. You've had dinner. Alan says he's doing all right. That's good to hear. Winston Stewart says, I finally watched It Follows. Really liked it, man. Great. I'm glad you enjoyed the film, man. Serge says, have I seen his sex tape? No. Avery says, squirter or creamer? Well, we know the answer to that. So at some point we need to get started here because this is going to take a while to go through all this. It's going to take probably about 40 years. I got a lot of stuff. Gabriel, I don't own that, man. By the way, thank you for everyone that's re-upped their memberships. A whole slew of you did that today. A lot of you with the red Triforce. If you want to be a member, you can click out the membership thing down below there, and it's got some good perks. Tomorrow on movie night, I give you guys a hint. We're watching a movie about a young boy who does this in the movie, and he goes, red rum. I'm sure everyone knows that. Nish says he can only watch for 38 hours. That's it, man? Unreal. Unbelievable. John, what's going on? Terrence is here. Disgusting. The Freak is here. Dr. Sleep. No, we're not watching Dr. Sleep tomorrow. You guys know the movie. Yeah, we're watching E.T. I'll be right here. Actually, speaking of E.T., I don't know where it is. Anyways, shout out to my cock. So I never showed this before. Before we get into the movie stuff, my girlfriend made me this cock out of out of wires. So Juicy Booch, what's up, dude? I've got so much random shit lying around. Like, look at this. Why do I have this? Also, it busted open. Had to buy that when it came out. Okay, at some point we need to start. Lego fan, what's going on? Appreciate everyone tuning in. Bry, what says, I had a dream that 18 first-party games were revealed during the PlayStation. No, that's not going to happen. Do I have a real genius? No, I don't. I don't. So thank you, Portable Ham Sandwich, for that, by the way. Okay. At some point, we need to start. So I think we should start with my Criterion collection, which is not as extensive as you would think. So my Criterion collection is a decent collection, don't get me wrong, but it's not as massive as the other stuff, man. So I'll grab it here. It's the top shelf here. As you can see, it's not a lot, but we're going to go through all of them. Tower Dragon, what's going on, man? Okay, let's put this like so. Make sure that doesn't fall over, although my hair's stuck in it right now. Terrence, listen, I'd like to collect your ass too. I'd love to. Okay, here we go. The beginning. Only 8 minutes in. I got to start now because this is going to take hours and hours and hours. If you guys could like the stream, that would help me big time, actually. Terrence, he's saying I'm assuming Criterion is a movie studio. Well, Criterion is a distribution company. Juicy Booch with the 99 cents. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hold my ass. Enter me vertically. Says Astro Zombie. Astro Zombie's lost his goddamn mind already. We haven't even started. Thank you, Astro Zombie. By the way, thank you for all the support. Tower Dragon just gave me a $5 and says, I've been playing Helldivers 2 all day. The game is so addictive. I love it. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm glad, Tower Dragon, that you're enjoying the game. There's a lot of games that came out, and they're terrible over the last couple of months, but there's been some gems. That's definitely one of them. I reviewed it on the channel. You can check it out below. Let's start. Ready? We're going to start with my Criterion. Now, if you don't know what Criterion is, I would say it's one of the top-end boutiques. They're called boutiques, which is kind of annoying. Kyrus Blade, what's going on? Oh no, Kyrus Blade's here, the maniac himself. By the way, we don't have to worry about the membership problem. I've got an iPad down here, so if you gift a membership, I'm able to see it. So thank you for the support, and also thanks for all the super chats. I really appreciate it. I like your YouTube videos, says Captain Murphy. Thank you. And Justin is here, says breastfeed it to me, the movie. Wayne says A24. I got some A24 movies, but again, let's start with the Criterion collection. So Criterion I would consider to be like the creme de la creme of releases. Very expensive. Here in Canada, probably some of the most expensive Blu-rays that you can get, other than some of the Scream Factory stuff that's sort of out of print now. Serial Vapor says, I got no notification. Terrible, man. I'm assuming the notifications go out over time. So it's annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Not much I could do about it. Nish says, I always wait for sales. Horse cream is cream. Thank you for that one. Skinamarink movie, love it or hate it. So what I'm going to do is, as I go through all of these, I'm going to give a very small review. So this video is going to be like 16,000 hours long, but I appreciate everybody here. Devin says, watch the trailer for Joker Part 2 yesterday. Needless to say, my birth month is off to a good start. Listen, happy birthday. I'd like to put cream on you and light you up like a birthday cake. So thank you for the support, Devin, by the way. Glad you're getting a new Joker movie. I'm going to say something now. I haven't seen the first Joker movie. Juicy Booch, that's incredible. Thanks for letting us know about your illegal activities. Okay. Cheetah Man, how's it doing? Some people are saying I don't know about Lady Gaga. Yeah, so question, how soon do you think PlayStation Showcase is announced? I don't know. I heard rumors it's coming soon, isn't it? Ewok, I love you. Cheetah Man, I love you. Joker 2 looks dumb. Sorry. Yeah, it's been getting a lot of hate, hasn't it? MKD says, I've been enjoying your channel. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Today, as we go, I'm sure I'm going to go off the rails. So, Criterion, let's start. Again, appreciate the support. If you guys can all like and send this to your uncles, because I'm sure your uncles care about my Blu-ray collection, my movie collection. And if you guys can all hit the like button on this, if you're on mobile, you have to hit the 3 little buttons, then hit like the video there. It helps me out. Like the video. Let's take 2 seconds to like the video. That's what I need right now. Ban and Rage Gecko. What did you say? Joker movie is shit. I'll die on that hill. I haven't seen the first one. So, first movie. First movie of the night. No one's behind that curtain. Listen, I'm the guy behind the curtain. The Game. David Fincher, Michael Douglas. It is unbelievable. If you haven't seen The Game, highly recommend this. David Fincher's, I believe, 3rd or 4th movie. I don't know. 1997 release. If you haven't seen The Game, it is incredible. It's about, to be honest, it's about a bunch of rich people learning the lessons of life. So, it's an amazing movie. It's an amazing Blu-ray to own. Let's go to the next one. Before Sunset Trilogy. This I would consider to be my favorite romantic comedy, if you want to call it a comedy. So this is the collection of all 3 films. It comes with all 3 of them, which, if you don't know what they are, they're called Before Sunset, Before Sunrise, and Before Midnight. Now, that's probably out of order, but you get the idea. Ethan Hawke in this, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then you got Julie Deppy, I think her name is. Deppy? D-E-L-P-Y. She's amazing in this. This is a film about 2 people that meet, and we follow them throughout the years. So what's crazy is that every movie, listen to this, the first one, Before Sunset, came out in 1995. The second one came out in 2004. That's 9 years apart. And then the next one's 9 years apart, 2013. So we follow this sort of relationship through time. Meadow, thank you, man. Just became a member. I appreciate it, dude. Says, what's up, Jay? Not much, man. Just having a good stream today, hopefully. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. So highly recommend this trilogy if you want to watch actors age over time. It takes almost 30 years. So that is an incredible collection to have. Now, this is considered to be one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite De Palma films. Sorry, speech impediment. He loves this movie. It's called Blowout. It stars none other than John Travolta and Nancy Allen. Now, Nancy Allen, if you know who that is the co-star of RoboCop. It's kind of RoboCop's partner in that. It's an amazing film. Don't want to get into it too much because I don't want to kind of give it away, but John Travolta, in his greatest performance, it says on the back here, as a film special effects man who believes he accidentally recorded an assassination. Amazing film. This is the 4K release. The price on this thing was astronomical. I think I paid close to $80 for it. Comes with the Blu-ray and the 4K. So Blowout's an amazing movie. Next up, Elephant Man. Had to buy this one. This is a David Lynch film. David Lynch is just unbelievable. Came out in the 80s. It's starring Anthony Hopkins, John Hurt. It is one of the best. Rough. Yeah, I agree with DH in the chat. It is a rough watch. How do you guys feel about Elephant Man? It is another amazing, a masterclass in depression. Next up, Brazil. Terry Gilliam. This movie visually is unbelievable. It's like unlike anything you've ever seen in your life. Now, of course, it stars Jonathan Pryce, Robert De Niro. It is unbelievable. It's like mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I don't want to give too much away on this one, but Brett says, got a lot going on tonight. Can't stick around. Just want to pop in, say hi. Hi, Brett. How you doing, man? Next up. Rich, I don't know, man. They don't send it out. Ghostbusters Mike says, where's my free membership? I don't know, dude. By the way, thanks for the support so far on the stream. I really appreciate it, guys. Next up, we have a very, very, very unique comedy. I'd say it's a horror comedy. It's called House. Now, a lot of people will have no idea what this is. Some people might know from the cover. Let me just read the back here. How do you describe the indescribable 1977 movie House as a listen to this, a psychedelic ghost tale, question mark, a stream of consciousness bedtime stories, an episode of Scooby-Doo as directed by Mario Brava? So it's got a bit of a giallo connection there. Any of the above sound like a hallucination, a head trip about a schoolgirl that travels to the country home, her aunt's country home, and comes face to face with evil spirits. Watch this movie. It's got animation. It's a mix of things. We've got matte paintings, animation, collage effects. Unbelievable movie. If you're into horror, you are missing out. Ghostbuster says, notice me, Papa. Listen, thank you for the super chat. Ghostbusters, I love you. I love you, Mike. Have you seen the film Freaks? No. I haven't. I know. Carl, don't kill me on that one. I know, Carl. Paul the Alien is here. Thank you, dude. I did an update to see how many members we're at. We're actually at 1,390 now, so it dropped down because, that's how that goes. So, who's willing to trade him a ham sandwich for a bag of nuts? Listen, I would love it. Next film, 39 Steps. This is one of my favorite Hitchcock films. It came out in 1935. It is about, well, I don't want to give it away. Let's just say that there's 39 steps to the mystery. An amazing film, black and white. One of my favorite Hitchcock films. Next up, I am Sexy Coco's twin brother, says Mike. Dude, are you? I know Sexy Coco actually has a brother. I think you are. You are his brother. Okay. Haven't watched it yet. I know I'm going to take flack. If you guys could like this, by the way, we're at 59 likes. Please like it. I appreciate it. hit the 3 little dots and hit that like button. And if you're on computer, hit the like button for me. I see it at 59 right now. Let's try to get it to 100. Rich, thank you. We're at 60 now. Thank you, man. I might give Sunset. It sounds like it, but I like horrors. Mr. Mustache, give it a shot, man. Restart the stream because Hellcat's late. God damn it. We're at 68 likes now. Thank you, guys. Next up, The Killing. This is a Stanley Kubrick film from 1956. It takes place during a racetrack robbery. And I don't want to give too much away about this. I've seen it a long time ago, but I had to own it here. This is I think it came out just recently. Okay, Roy Schneider and all that jazz. This is another unbelievable film. Haven't watched it yet on the Criterion, but it's from 1979, and it's about a director and choreographer who's essentially in charge of some Broadway productions. I don't want to give too much away, but so if you don't know who Roy Schneider is, he is, well, let's see if anyone in the chat knows who it is. He passed away recently, which is terrible. He's from Jaws, let's just say that. Rollins says it's one of the best films ever made. I think it won a shit ton of Oscars. One's 2 cents is here. Next up. Oh, man. Another Terry Gilliam film. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's an acid trip. Don't really need to say much. It's from 1998. Johnny Depp is incredible in the film. He plays Hunter S. Thompson. It's based on the book by Hunter S. Thompson, but essentially it's supposed to be, him. Okay, Barry Leddon from Stanley Kubrick. This is a film that is super inspirational if you are a cinematographer in film. Mostly because every scene that takes place by candlelight is filmed with just candlelight. They actually had to make special lenses to be able to film this that could drop below a certain T-stop, because on cinema lenses it's known as a T-stop for the aperture, and on normal it's known as the f-stop. But a T-stop would basically mean that you're letting more light into the lens, which means you also have a bigger, smaller, shallow depth of the focus point. So when you have shallow depth, that means you have a focus point that's like razor sharp. Amanda F, how's it going? So they made the lenses very special for this. They made lenses just for the film, so he didn't have to use any light. It's all shot with natural light, which is incredible. The sensor must be huge on those. Well, no, I don't think it was actually. I think it was just the lenses were like massive and they let a lot of light in. Nisha's got to check that out. Okay, next film. Dude, we're going to be here all night, so I hope you guys are ready for this. I don't expect everyone to stay, but this is going to take a while. Next up, The Vanishing. This is the original Vanishing based on this is the original that came out in 1988. This is a French film. The film was remade with Sandra Bullock and Kiefer Sutherland. And also, I will point out that Jeff Bridges... Is it Jeff Bridges in the sequel? Yeah, Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges plays the killer in the remake, and if you want to know how Heath Ledger came up with the Joker, watch the remake of this and tell me that he didn't study that film. So I hope you guys are getting a lot of like little crazy little tidbits here. Roman Polanski. Now, of course, he's controversial for essentially sleeping with a very young girl. That's why he's never allowed back into the U.S. There's a lot of people that defend him, like Quentin Tarantino and whatnot. I would never defend him. I think what he did was fucking disgusting. However, I'm the type of person that could also just sort of like take the art away from the man. I think Roman Polanski's fucking brilliant as a filmmaker. I think what he did is terrible. So I don't know. I have repulsion. So I just wanted to say that. Paul the Alien, thank you, man. Serge says that's normal in Hollywood. Unfortunately, it kind of is. What are your favorite movies, guys? Now, this came out just recently. Had to buy it. The Criterion of Night of the Living Dead finally came out. It's released by a reputable studio. It came with an amazing poster I'm going to frame one day. But it also came out in 4K, which is the best way to probably watch it. But this is just the standard Blu-ray. We watched this on movie night, so you guys already know everything about that. Okay, next up is an amazing... This is Danny Boyle. If you don't know who Danny Boyle is, he directed like 28 Days Later. This film, which is Ewan McGregor's first film, is unbelievable. Shallow Grave. If you haven't seen this, highly recommend this. This is a mystery, sort of whodunit. Essentially, it's a bunch of roommates who live with this random person for a week, but they find out that he died while he was asleep or something in his room. And next to his body, they find, like, I think $100,000. I forget how much it was, but this is from 1994. So that was a lot of money back in the day. So they essentially make a decision. Do they call the police, hide the money, get rid of the body? Who knows? Gotta watch it. Ewan McGregor's first role. Now, we've got Notorious on Blu-ray. This is Alfred Hitchcock from 1946. Twisted Love Story, an amazing film. If you haven't seen it, I would highly suggest all of his films. Now, let's get on to a film that I think a lot of people will consider to be one of the best films of all time. It's Sidney Lumet, 12 Angry Men. Came out in 1957. Unbelievable film. If you don't know this film, it's a courtroom drama. That's all I have to say there. Next up, Rebecca, which is another Hitchcock film. This is Hitchcock from 1940. It's a messed up film. Leon says, good. Are you going to show your porn collection too? No. Thank you, Leon. I appreciate it, dude. Actually, Ben Affleck was supposed to remake Strangers on a Train, which I do own as well. Rebecca's Classic says, real spoilers. Totally, man. Next up, Lady Vanishes, another Hitchcock film, one of my favorites. This was supposed to be remade, but it never happened. Came out in 1938. It's about a woman who gets on a train, disappears. Don't know what happened to that remake. Now, I'm a huge fan of Paul Thomas Anderson. Haven't watched this movie for like 20 plus years. Punch Drunk Love, 2002. This was to consider it Adam Sandler's first major step into a dramatic role. Had to buy it. I'm a huge fan of Sandler's dramatic side. Now, of course, I have to own Doctor Strange, which is like a must-own if you're going to get any Blu-rays. One of my favorite actors, George C. Scott, is in this film. Amazing film. Seven Samurai. Of course you have to own this. This is from 1949. If you don't know what Seven Samurai is, then you don't know film. Like, you just don't know film. Akira. I mean, come on, dude. Next up, David Lynch, Eraserhead. Bought this maybe, I think 7 months ago. David Lynch, man, come on. Amazing. It came out in 77, by the way, in case you want to know. Paul the Alien says, I fucking love that movie. Last but not least, some of my collection might be mixed together, so I might be missing a few things here. But next up is Dressed to Kill, which is another De Palma film. And it's highly controversial. You know, Michael Caine plays a bunch of characters, I'll say that much. Says, just kidding, you have 80s and 90s ETA movies? Hang on. Era movies, the classics. Leon, yes, we're going to get to my full collection. I have a lot of movies. Here, look. Here's how many we're going through. That's just the top shelves there. So, bear with me there. So that right there is my Criterion collection. I will put it back here quickly. And we will start to get into a few other things here. So, ah! God damn it. Okay. Let's just grab a chunk of movies. And we'll just go down the line, because this is going to take forever. Yeah, I almost died there. Amanda F., thank you, says, I love George Romero films. Just wait. Okay, but you know what? In honor of what Amanda just said, Donald Trump say, look, listen, do you have 4K Force Cream Pies? No, I don't. That's what the fuck is wrong with my chat? Guys, hit the like button on this. Now, in honor of Amanda F., I have the most incredible 4K version of Dawn of the Dead. Just look at this thing. This was a gift from somebody in the UK. It comes with every version of the film, including the Italian version. Jay, have you seen Come and See? Yeah, I have it. We'll get to it in a bit, Raw Dakota. Thank you for the support, though, and when I get to it, I'll bring you up again. This is amazing. I think it's there's no like button. If you guys are on mobile and you want to like the stream, you have to hit the 3 little dots at the top there. It'll let you like the stream that way. So Amanda, this is amazing because it comes with all of the soundtracks, which it's the whole thing, and then every version. Then it comes with this amazing Dissecting the Dead. They made a book, like an actual hardcover book that explains how the film was made. It's so amazing. So put that one down for a second. Is it 4 dots or 3 dots? Also, if I miss any super chats, let me know. Goblin did an amazing soundtrack. Yeah, I do. I agree, man. Dude, I live where they filmed Day of the Dead. I actually deliver there at my job. Dude, can you get photos of that for me? That's amazing. Okay, let's get into another stack here. My Day of the Dead Blu-ray is $200 now. Do you mean I have it? I have what you're talking about. I just don't see it right now. Where is it? I'm looking at it. By the way, sorry. Wait a minute. I messed up. I have more Criterions. Carnival of Souls. This is from 1962. This is, beside Night of the Living Dead, one of the most influential films of all time for horror movie directors. If you haven't seen Carnival of Souls, you have to go out there and get it. Now, The Innocents is another film that was recommended by Jeb. I forget Jeb's last name. Is he the director? No, I think he's the writer of Host. So Rob Savage, which directed, where the hell is it? Man, I got so many movies here. We'll get to it. When we get to it, we'll get to it. But this is an amazing spooky horror movie back from 1961. Highly recommend if you're into haunted house horror. And then another one, The Invited, which is another film from back in 1944. I'd say these 3 films, if you're going to be making a horror movie, highly suggest you check out those 3. They are incredible films. So I forgot I've got mixed in Criterion stuff that we're going to probably randomly find. So let me put those back up here. Okay. Let's get through these. Quiet Place. I absolutely love this movie. Not much else to say about it. John Krasinski. We've got part 2, which I've never even watched yet. I bought that for pretty cheap at some point. Zombie, what's going on? Alex, Neo, what's going on? If you guys are new here, please consider subscribing to the channel. This video is going to be a really big one in terms of just length, like me. So I hope you enjoy it. Arthur says, them legs. Thank you, man. Appreciate my legs. Here we go. Blade Runner, which I had to import for some odd reason because it's the final cut. I don't know why, but it has 3 commentaries on it, and it is the one and only Blade Runner in 4K HDR. Obviously, that is a must-own. I got Planet Earth for free. Never even watched it yet, but Xbox gave me an Xbox at some point, an Xbox Series S or whatever the hell it used to be called. Show the length. I want a Vestron video set. I want it now. I have some Vestron. Here you go. This is Vestron, isn't it? No, wait, that isn't Vestron. Hang on. I might have Vestron somewhere for you. Okay, let's keep going here. Thank you, Colezilla, by the way, for the support. Hotel Artemis. I don't know why I have that in my collection. I haven't even watched it. Solo, which I actually think it's not that bad. I think it has more Star Wars heart than the sequel trilogy. I think that there's a lot of good in this, but it's not great. And that, why do I own that? Now, Scott Pilgrim in 4K, I mean, I had to own that. We watched it on a movie night. You guys know how much this means to me. Spartacus. Now, there was some people out there that didn't know that Spartacus is directed by Stanley Kubrick. How did people not know that? But unbelievable movie. War of the Worlds, 4K. This is a Spielberg film that I would say is probably about a 7.5 out of 10 for me. It's not his best work to date, but I really enjoy the remake for some reason. You know, Tom Cruise is pretty good in it. Why is that there? That's weird. The Stylist. This, well, we'll just talk about when Arrow comes up, so hang on. I don't know why that's like that. Dark Crystal in 4K, another film that, come on, you gotta own. I bought this because I wanted to upgrade my Blu-ray copy. This film is super influential for many different reasons. Blade Runner 2048, directed by Denis Villeneuve. This movie is, some people might say it's better than the original Blade Runner. Let's see what the chat says. Do you guys agree with that? Also, if I missed any super chats or memberships, let me know in the chat. Dude, that is one dark film. Yeah, oh, dude, I love this movie. If you haven't seen this, it is debatable if it's better than the first one. I don't know why the chat's so slow on here. Hang on. Some people say no, it isn't. Some people say it's better. King of Les says it is better. Obi and Grizzly say yes. Watson says yes. Moonshine says yes. Haven't seen either. Crimson, what have you done with your life? Foil Grim, thank you for watching, dude. Best movies of the 2010s. Yeah. It's better for sure. A lot of people think it's better. All right. Let's get into horror a little bit here. I would say this is probably the best documentary series made for anything. However, well, maybe not. But is my other collection here? We'll get to that. Right here. This is the definitive collection. Well, it's not a collection. It's the complete history of Friday the 13th. It's called Crystal Lake Memories. Let me just say this right now. It is a total of 400 minutes long. So if you've ever wanted to sit there and learn about every aspect of Friday the 13th, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here, just so you guys can see, download that right away, pay for it. It's great. Don't worry, some of the movies you guys are mentioning, I'll get to. I've got everything. Well, I got most of it. Mariah has become a basic member. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the memberships, by the way, guys. Next up, make a 4-hour long Blu-ray of you cooking stuff. I did do that, didn't I? Here we go. The original 4K release of Halloween, which was released by Universal, I believe. Is this a Universal? gonna get fired. This is released by Lionsgate? Weird. Okay, I'm totally wrong about that. I have like 16 copies of Halloween now. Okay, for Beyond the Grave. This is an archive collection from Warner Brothers. It's okay. I mean, I bought it for like $5 back in the day. It's an anthology tale. Unforgiven in 4K, directed by the one and only Clint Eastwood. Gene Hackman is in it, Morgan Freeman, and Richard Harris. This right here is sort of an unofficial sequel or sort of tie-up to his characters that he plays in a lot of the like Good and the Bad and the Ugly and that trilogy there. This is sort of like the cap off of that, and what an amazing film. It follows his character almost from the beginning, it feels like. Now, it's not an official sequel to like Good and the Bad and the Ugly, or, I'll get to those in a bit, but I got them on Blu-ray, but amazing film. Won the Oscar back in the day for, I believe, Best Picture, which is a good achievement. Speak of the Devil, here you go. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and Fistful of Dollars. Now, I don't have the second one to this, which is kind of annoying, but I love Sergio Leone. He's incredible, man. Incredible films. Had to own those. Next up, Smile. Now, a lot of people are going to say that Smile sort of stole inspiration from Junji Ito, which I totally agree on. The end sort of bad guy in this, it's totally a Junji Ito, panel. It's exactly that. I wouldn't say that this film is very original. It's a lot like It Follows. Really is. But I do love it. Of course. I'm going to have Dario Argento's Suspiria. Of course I'm going to have Mistaken Game has become a legend. Goddamn legend. Mistaken, man. Dude, I just want to take a second to say thank you so much. I appreciate all the support you've been giving with the memberships, and, now you're a member again. You've upped it. I appreciate you, dude, big time. So thank you, Mistaken Game. You've been an absolute lunatic on the channel, and you've helped me big time. Thank you, dude. So Suspiria, which was remade, and some people will say that the remake isn't terrible. Suspiria, I mean, in terms of like giallo films coming out of Italy, this one takes the cake when it comes to essentially like turning on a multicolor lighting setup. I mean, we go from basically orange, red, purple, blue. This film is unbelievable. Okay, next up, Hitchcock Classic Collection. This is an all in 4K, so we have Rear Window, which is, a Jimmy Stewart classic. Vertigo, guess what? Another Jimmy Stewart classic. Psycho and The Birds. I love these movies. I love all of them. I don't need to go into detail of all of them here, but this collection is actually one of the coolest things I've ever owned, because it really throws back into the day what it felt like to see some of the artwork. But what's crazy about this is that the discs are just in sleeves, and I hate that. I hate when they're in sleeves. Grizzly Bear just upgraded his membership to Super Legend. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that big time. Seriously, thank you. Next up, a very weird film. This right here is New York Ninja. What this is crazy. So this is from, I believe, Vinegar Syndrome, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. What this film is that back in the day, there was this director who filmed a ninja movie. He didn't complete the movie. However, they had the footage. So somebody went back and actually finished the film, but they didn't have the audio. So they had to rewrite it, and they re-recorded all of the audio. And it's just, this is the outcome of the film. Is it good? No, but it's a bit of a fascinating tale, because it is this weird film that just exists because somebody wanted to get it made. Um, yeah, it's super weird, man. Can you imagine like filming a movie and then just forgetting about it, and then like 20 years later, somebody finishes the movie for you? So yeah, New York Ninja is definitely one of the weird ones. Um, Red Letter Media put me onto that one. I love Red Letter Media. Next up, we have one of my favorite films of all time, as you can see by the dust, E.T. in 4K. Obviously, I'm going to buy this one. This one stars Henry Thomas as Elliot. I mean, come on. Game Chasers is here. What's up, Billy? Yeah, Billy probably has a lot of these movies. By the way, Billy, let me just talk to Billy for a second, dude. Dude, I've been watching all of the seasons. You know how you put them out in like order? I watched season 4 and 5, dude, and it made me remember like all the times we had together. And I got to say, like, I miss you guys. And like, I watched the Keeb episodes, man, and it's like tough to watch. Like hanging out with Keeb back in the day, and then all of a sudden next season we went back to Con Bravo, and Keeb passed away, dude. That's crazy. And also, I love your episode where you find the old fucking the old VHS store, and you're on your own. Dude, that episode's great, where it's like all the bird shit and stuff. So yeah, I've been watching all of your videos again. He says, rest in peace, Keeb, what a legend. Yeah, like, again, it bothers me, man. Like, I talked to Keeb the night before, remember that? Keeb stayed up until like 4 in the morning, and like, yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, Keeb stayed up until like 4 in the morning, and he drank too many beers, and, you know, I think he had diabetes, and it just killed him. How's my audio? Is it popping for anybody? So thank you, Billy. Appreciate you. We should chat again soon. Jaws in 4K. Come on, Steven Spielberg, of course. I mean, I don't know what else. There's not much I could say about Jaws. Everything that's been said about Jaws has been said about Jaws. It is one of the best horror movies ever made for many reasons. And it also... Thanks, Billy. It also was super influential to me to be wanting to become a filmmaker. This is actually the first film where I learned what a half diopter is. So if you don't know what a diopter is, I'm not going to really get into that. But in filmmaking terms, it basically allows you to have 2 planes of focus point. So Mistaken just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, man. Goddamn legend. You guys are so incredible on my streams. Thank you for that. It really means a lot to me, man. So a half diopter, like right now I'm in focus, right? If you watch Jaws, there's a scene where Roy Schneider's in focus, but in the background, someone's in focus. And if you think about that, you could never stop down the lens enough to get that much focus distance. I think it's called a hyper, how do you call it? Anyways, who gives a shit about the technical terms? But to get 2 planes, right? You actually have to put a half diopter in front of the camera, which is essentially a giant half moon of glass. So you're essentially creating another focus point, and that's what they used in Jaws. It's also in Blowout. There's a very famous scene in Blowout where they use a half diopter shot. But I would say the most popular one that most of you would know what a half diopter shot is, because De Palma loves using them. In Mission Impossible, when Tom Cruise comes down and the guy's typing at the desk, that's a half diopter shot. So you'll notice that the guy at the desk is in focus, but Tom Cruise is in focus as well. They actually have an extra piece of glass in front of the lens that allows them to focus on 2 points. So I thought you guys would just find that interesting. Next up, Close Encounters in 4K. Another one of my favorite films of all time, because it is about essentially not losing that innocence as a child to be amazed at magic. It's essentially the Walt Disney syndrome type thing, you know, like in this film, he's the main character is, I forget what his name is. What's his name in the movie? The character's name, I totally forget. Maybe you can let me know. But the idea behind this movie is that he's losing track. He's like losing track of his childhood innocence. And when he starts to see those UFOs, it actually makes him want to chase that adventure. Now, what he does is not necessarily like a great thing, because he abandons his wife and children, and basically, depending on what version you watch, he just fucks off with the aliens because he's obsessed with that adventure. Now, the movie tells you what the movie's about in the movie. There's a scene where he's talking to his children, and he's like, let's go watch the Walt Disney movies. They're playing in the cinema up the street. And the kids are just like, screw that. We're too old for that. And he's visibly upset about that. He's like, you kids don't know what you're missing. And that's essentially what the movie's about. It's about that sense of adventure. So Doug, not the slug, Doug has just gifted 2 more members, man. Thank you so much. Mr. Brito says, I'm sorry for asking, but can you say my name and my name Marcos? Why? You guys have weird requests. It's just like, okay, sure. I'll say your name. God fucking damn it. Thank you, Doug, dude. Let's grab the next stack. By the way, that's my Adventure Time Lego set there. Let me put these ones back and grab this stack. So we're maybe like not even 10% through this. Okay. Biff says, say my name. Say my name. Okay, here we go. Hellcat, I love it. Leon says, will there be a PS6J nipple maple syrup edition? There could be. If I'm feeling fucking frisky, anything could happen. If you guys could like the stream, let's try to get it to 200 likes. If you're on mobile, just click those little buttons at the top. It'll let you like the stream. Also, if you guys are watching for the first time, please consider subscribing. It helps out the channel too. I do video game reviews. The next thing I'm reviewing is actually the Fallout series. That'll be up on the channel soon. I put out weekly news videos on Wednesday, and I stream vertically almost 3 or 4 times a week. And then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I do the usual aspect ratio stream, and that gets out of hand. This Sunday, we're going to be cooking hot pot together. And on April 20th, I'm bringing in a psychic medium to see if there's a ghost in my church. So click my belly button and like the stream. Thank you, guys. Let's carry on here. Visually stunning film. What's happening? Whoa, what the hell? Mr. Williams says, do you have a pea collection? No, I don't. I did not. What's up, neckbeard? I'm watching The Omen. It's good. Deadman, do I have a neckbeard? Deadman, appreciate the support, dude. And Mr. Williams, I appreciate you too. You're goddamn sexy legend. So, visually stunning film. However, I feel the ending, the last reel, just falls apart. It's not something I would recommend to everybody out there. I'd say it's like Edgar Wright's worst film. Maybe. I guess it is. I just don't like the ending of that, but still had to buy it. Ghostbusters. Oh, man. Rich Needler says, I don't have a donation membership option, and my name is Needry. I know. Needry. Rich Needry. I know. You can only gift memberships on PC. So I appreciate you trying, but it won't let me do it on here. Justin's not back yet. He's in Barbados or something. Had to buy this. Huge fan of, the original. Okay. Right here. Quentin Tarantino's maybe best film, some would say. I don't know if I'd say it's his best film, but it's high. It's way up there for me. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I feel that Margot Robbie is sort of misused in the film. She doesn't really do much. She just kind of walks around and looks pretty on screen, which is okay. She's supposed to be playing a very famous actress from back in the day, but I mean, I don't know if I like the idea of changing history in his films. I think it's up there. It's one of his best films. I do think that. Now, next up is the super rare. You guys are gonna get mad at me, but this is a super rare version of The Shining, and you're gonna not like me. But when I first opened this to watch it, I actually dropped the disc and I scratched it. So it actually skips when I get to the scene at the typewriter. So that's annoying because it's super, super amazing to own this, but the disc is scratched. So some point I'm going to have to replace that one. Now, speaking of The Shining, I would say, and you might think I'm crazy for this one, but Doctor Sleep is an amazing sequel. Kyrus Blade just gifted a membership. Thank you, dude. Kyrus has been gifting, you guys have been gifting amazing amounts of memberships. I don't know where we're up to now for the stream, probably close to 10, maybe a bit more. He says I just gifted from my phone. How did you do that? Crazy. Josser says I'm late. I was at SeaWorld with Dreamcast guy. Highly recommend this. Jostler's late. He's fired. Alita Battle Angel. Highly recommend this movie. This is a Robert Rodriguez film. It was supposed to be, for the longest time, a James Cameron film, but he gave it up because he's doing Avatar. I really like this movie. Even though, yeah, they've taken it from its source material, which I have right there, and they've turned it into a Hollywood blockbuster. I'm okay with that. Jade, tell the chat to like the video, and they can. Thank you, Doug. Listen to what Doug says. Like the video, guys. Next up, The Bridger on the River Kaya. What? Kaiway. Speech impediment on the River Kai. God damn it. This movie, let me just say this. The reason I bought this movie is because I'm a huge fan of Star Wars. Alec Guinness stars in it, and I wanted to see how good he was back in the day, and this is like one of the best movies ever made. If you haven't seen this, it was out, 70 years ago? 65 years ago? Like, what's crazy about these movies is the set pieces are goddamn insane. Huge set pieces, and shit's exploding. A train goes off a fucking bridge. It's crazy. Yeah, dyslexia has got me tonight, sorry. It definitely has. Do I have any kids? No. Next up, I got a vasectomy, by the way, just so you can know. Now you know my penis had a vasectomy, just so you guys know. Next up, Glass. Highly underrated film. I mean, the end of it, I'm not a huge fan of how it ends, but I understand why they did that. I don't know. Demons 1 and 2 on 4K. This is an amazing collection. Probably, so this is from Synapse. Probably one of the most underrated films to date. I think that a lot of people have no idea about this. So I'm not going to say too much about it because I want you guys to go check this out yourself. But if you're into horror films, grab this right away. It's super expensive though. Demon 1 and 2 in 4K. Some amazing effects in this film. I don't want to say too much, but Demons 1 is just incredible. 2 is great as well. Next up, the 25th anniversary of Dracula. Of course, I had to buy this film. This is a Coppola film, which, you know, there's some crazy behind the scenes happening on the internet that you can see. J&E VHS. Yeah, I got a shit ton, but it's not in this room. Next up, 2001 Space Odyssey 4K. Had to buy that. Huge fan of Kubrick. Don't need to go into detail on that. Next up, Ticks. I wonder if Billy, Game Chasers Billy, are you still here? Do you have Ticks? I don't know. Ticks is from, this is the 4K version of Ticks. It stars Seth Green. Ticks is an amazing movie. It's just like a silly 90s movie about ticks. And it also has, do you guys know who that is? Yeah, dude, Ticks is an amazing film from Vinegar Syndrome. Next up, Get Out, Jordan Peele. Haven't even watched it. Us haven't even watched it. I know. You guys can yell at me. Now, as you guys know from Dawn of the Dead, if you're huge fans of Dawn of the Dead, you know this. But George Romero and Dario Argento used to work together all the time. And right here, this is crazy. This is a double feature, I would call it, kind of. Not really. But It's from the two directors, Two Evil Eyes in 4K from what company put this out? Blue Underground. This is unbelievable that we have this. I can't believe that they went back and remastered this for 4K. So if you're a fan of George Romero, right there, grab it. Next up, finally got that in 4K. Another amazing film. Don't need to say too much about that. Wreck-It Ralph. Love Wreck-It Ralph. Love the series. I love how I love the series, I should say. Okay, next up. I consider this to be one of the best action films of all time, so I needed to buy it in 4K. Fallout, Mission Impossible 4, Fallout, The Matrix in 4K. Now, I didn't buy that trilogy set because why would I buy that? Part 2 and 3, I think, are goddamn terrible. They did just announce that a sequel's coming out again. Jocelyn says, what about a film with you and Terrence? Dude, thank you for the... You send me the weirdest super chats, dude. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. Jostler's lost his mind lately. Now, Bumblebee. Why do I own this? I heard that it was in the vein of E.T. And it is. It definitely is just a retelling of E.T. And also, I just wanted to look at... what's her name? Haley Stanfield. Is that her name? Oh my God. I just wanted to look at her. Next up, we have a film. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Unbelievable. So I like the movie, but I can't say that I recommend this to everybody out there because it is kind of disappointing. Jocelyn just gifted a membership. He's lost his goddamn mind. Thank you, man. Right here. There's a sequel coming out. Spielberg is producing. He is not directing it. It's going to be called Ready Player 2. It's based on the novel, of course. And I'm kind of excited for it. I feel like this was missing a bit of Spielberg's magic, you know? It's kind of weird having Steven Spielberg direct scenes from The Shining in a 3D environment. It's really weird. Mr. Awesome, thank you for the gifted membership, dude. You guys are crazy with the memberships tonight. Thank you. Really supporting the stream tonight. Thank you so much for that. So, yeah, I like the movie, but it's not like Spielberg's best. And that's kind of disappointing because the book was basically inspired by Steven Spielberg, but there's a lot of stuff they took out, and it could have... You know what it should have been? This should have been a Netflix series. Let's just be honest. Okay, so we're done the top shelf. So what I'm going to do is actually skip. I'm going to skip my Scream Factory stuff. We're going to do that later. And let's just move on to this shelf. Because I have a... Dude, I have a booty. Women love grabbing that booty. Okay, next up, North by Northwest. The import came over from the UK. It was very hard to find in Canada, so I had to import it. It has no region locking, which is a good thing. That is a very classic Alfred Hitchcock film. If you haven't seen that, you've lost your mind. Next up, David Fincher's remake of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Absolutely love. I mean, when I got into filmmaking and cinematography, this film really inspired me to have the sense of, I don't know what you want to call it, dread that I really put into my framing. Everything I do is just trying to be this. Everything. I love how dark that movie is. Billy, when are you going to stream some games? Says Coolzilla. Yeah, Billy, you should be streaming. Billy, are you still there? Do I have a region-free player? I don't. 4K Blu-rays are not locked, by the way. Play says he just got a gifted membership, man. Congratulations. I don't think Billy... I think Game Chaser's left. I don't think he's here right now. I was going to tell him something. Dave, what's going on in the chat? Ronald in the chat. Terrence, Juicy Booch, appreciate you. Crimson Waffle. Okay, next up, because this is gonna take forever. So, right here, Changeling. If you don't know what the Changeling is, you are missing out. This is one of the most influential films of all time. If you asked any of the directors from the I'd say from if you asked Scorsese what's his favorite horror movie, right here. It's also made in Canada. So definitely check this out. If you have no idea what it is a haunted house tale. Inspired The Ring, inspired a lot of stuff. Enraged Gecko says a fist of dollars more was a remake of Kojimbo. Yeah. Filmed and released without consent. I remember that. He sued and the case was settled. That's why Kurosawa is credited as a writer. Dude, that's amazing little fact that I totally forgot about. I knew about that, but I have so many that go in one ear and out the other. So thank you, Enraged Gecko, for bringing that up. So essentially, they remade his film, and they didn't give him any writing credits, so he sued them. Next up, I'm really sad that the 4K release got canceled of The Black Phone. They're doing a sequel right now. So Scott Dickerson, who directed this one, is directing the sequel as well. Ethan Hawke is back. I don't know what the hell they can do with the sequel to this. Also, side note, if you don't know, this is actually written by Stephen King's son, Joe Hill. That's what his name is. He doesn't go by King. He doesn't go by Joe King. He goes by Joe Hill. So it's based on I believe it was based on a short story. And it's a great little short story turned into an amazing movie. Had to buy this one. Huge fan of 90s slashers. I Know What You Did Last Summer in 4K. They're making a sequel to this. I think that both of them will be back in terms of Freddie Prinze Jr. and what's her face? I can't think of her goddamn name right now. How come I don't remember her name? Jennifer Love Hewitt. By the way, Jennifer Love Hewitt nowadays does not look the same as she did back in the day, and that's kind of disappointing. She was a gorgeous woman, and now she's got, like, plastic surgery. I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to judge women, but I just feel like it doesn't even look like the same person. It's, like, pushing it a bit too far, but Evil Dead, oh my god. We have 15 million copies of that. What do I have here? So check this out. This is crazy. I forgot I have these. So when Scream Factory sent over discs, there's errors in some of the discs, so they had to replace the disc. So I have 2 copies of that. I have, part 3 and 2 copies, and Jason X. These are the replaced discs because they sent out the box set with errors. So that's interesting. Drummer Punk, what's up? Let me go grab a can of my drink. Give me a second. Okay. I'm back. How many viewers do we have? 212. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. If you guys can hit like, mean a lot to me. Also, thanks for the support on this stream. We're going to be here for another 5 hours probably, so thank you for that. Okay. This is made by Synapse, or at least it's made by, released by Synapse Films. This is the documentary to Pet Sematary. I have quite a few of the documentaries from Synapse. This is an amazing, amazing film if you want to know the behind the scenes of Pet Sematary. The making of, comes with commentary. There's so many cool parts to that film that they talk about. Drummer, what's going on? This drummer, Colezilla. Bram Noodles is here. Congratulations. Love you. Again, Enraged Gecko, thank you for that little tip you gave us, and I appreciate your support, man. By the way, I just want to announce on April 20th, I'm bringing a psychic medium onto the show, and we're going to try to find out if there's a demon living in my room. Now, let me also say this. I also lined up a second ghost hunting stream that takes place in a costume store. This is the first time I've talked about this. There's a costume store downtown in the town next to me, and they have hundreds of costumes, but they also have a poltergeist apparently. So we're going to stream from there as well at some point. So, The Wrestler, unbelievable movie. This is based on what happens to wrestlers after they leave the WWE. I mean, this is, if you're a fan of any WWE events, I mean, WrestleMania 40 was incredible. Watch this movie right away if you haven't. How much to grow your beard out? $50. By the way, just so you guys know, usually on my streams for $50, I'll put a suit on. If that happens tonight, I don't know where my suits are. They're all over the place. I'd have to run. Drummer Punk says, do you have children of men? Thank you for the support, man. It says that is your 20th super chat on a live stream. Appreciate the support, man. No, I don't have children of men. I know that's a weird one that I should own. I don't own it. Next up, Rounders, which is Poker Tale. Matt Damon and Edward Norton. Fun little movie. Back from the Miramax days when they used to touch women inappropriately. There Will Be Blood. Had to buy that one because it's a showcase of acting, if nothing more. Red State, because I'm a huge fan of Kevin Smith. I'll buy all of his movies. I know some people don't like him anymore. I have another copy of The Shining on Blu-ray before I bought the upgraded 4K. Blade, which some people would say would be one of the best Marvel films. I'm kind of disappointed to see that they haven't brought Blade into... Like, could you imagine fucking Blade popped out at the end of, like, Endgame? Could you imagine? Drop the ball on that. Sleepy Hollow, huge fan of Tim Burton. Of course I'm going to buy that one. Split, which was, let me just tell you a story. When I watched Split in the theater, I'm a huge fan of M. Night, of course, but when I saw this in the theater, I loved every frame of it. And at the end of the movie, you guys know what happens. I heard the fucking soundtrack from Unbreakable start playing. Unbreakable is like one of my favorite movies of all time as well. And I started to hear the soundtrack in this movie of Unbreakable. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that this was a sequel to Unbreakable, and I just watched a sequel to Unbreakable. And if you go back to Unbreakable, Kevin, who's in this movie, is actually in Unbreakable. It's insane to know that. Speaking of which, all right, Conan the Barbarian. Now, that's not, hang on, that's not the version you should be looking at. I don't know where it is right now. Did I put it back on the shelf? I have the new Conan 4K set somewhere. So this is, this is the old Blu-ray version. Now, right now, this is the best way to watch Kill Bill 1 and 2. I was at some bar like a year ago, and they were playing this on the big screen, the back of the bar. This movie is just so fascinating to watch now. Amazing. Apollo 13, which, yes, this is a Ron Howard film, obviously about Apollo 13 mission. If you haven't seen this, crazy. How do I organize your set? It's not organized. It's all over the place. Deadman just donated. He said, remember, once you go black, you go deaf. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that even mean? What's that from? Urban Legend. Rich Rod. Tell him I don't want to take the deal. Urban Legend, which, you know, one of my favorite slashers. Reg Gecko says Mickey Rourke left acting to pursue a boxing career. He suffered major injuries from blocking the punches with his face and needed reconstructive surgery. Is that even real? Thank you for the support, guys. We have 300 on Blu-ray. Yeah, okay. Mallrats, which I also have another copy. We'll talk about Mallrats when I get to that copy. Of course, I had to own that one. Dread. One of the most underrated films. I mean, this is incredible. If you haven't seen Dread yet, It's a mix of like RoboCop, and I would say it's tough to. It's like RoboCop. I mean, it would fit right into the RoboCop universe. So I highly recommend watching Dread. It's not as like there's no satire in it. There's no like real comedy, but it still would fit into that world, I feel like. Justin's here. Listen, policeman Justin's in the chat. He goes by Justin Trooper. Shout out to him. He's probably on a beach right now. Bastard didn't invite me. Corpse Bride, which, you know, I bought just because. Now, this is a movie that everybody needs to see right away if you haven't seen it. He's in Aruba. Justin's in Aruba, by the way. If you haven't seen this movie, I'm telling you, Ridley Scott nailed it out of the park. This is one of those 80s classic revenge tales, but also classic sort of romanticized violent films, action films. It is none other than Black Rain. Unbelievable movie. I don't want to give anything away, so I won't talk about it too much. Next up, I have Signs, which I would consider some of the people might say it has one of the scariest little moments in a film back from the 2000s when the alien walks through that alleyway. I love this movie. I think Mel Gibson's okay in it. I'd say he's not, elevating it anywhere, but I still think Signs is incredible. And then we also have a young, one of the young, what's his goddamn name? Macaulay Culkin brothers. Happy Gilmore. Now, I just own this because it's a fun movie to watch, of course, but they're doing a sequel. It's Netflix only, so I'm sure that'll be really great. Of course, Shawshank Redemption. This is the booklet edition. They call them digibooks. Alex Roberts says, I romanticize over you, says Alex. Thank you. I appreciate the romanticism on me, and I like how you guys look at my breasts on stream. I actually started working out again. So I just want to say to Terrence, like, you'll notice that, like, I'm like, it's coming back. It's coming back. Look, I might not be like Billy from the Game Chasers. Like, he probably has, like, huge ones. But I'm going to work out and come down there and give it to you, Terrence. Shawshank Redemption, one of the best films ever made. And I'm going to say this. This is the best way currently right now. Still is. This is the best way to own Aliens. It is the Aliens box set Blu-ray collection. Amazing. Amazing set. They just released some of the newer 4K releases of Aliens. No. I'm going to say this. Aliens in 4K versus Aliens in just standard, but I just say standard Blu-ray. It's better here than in 4K right now. They do something to it, and I can't stand it. In fact, I think I have it right here somewhere, but let's carry on. We're making good time here. So, let me show off some of the movies that are sitting next to me. These are recent pickups. Now, I'm not going to lie to you guys and not tell you how much I paid for some of these things. So before Rich fired me, I bought a bunch of Blu-rays and it took like a month to get here. This is one of them. I spent about $80 Canadian for this. This is with the slipcover. This had to go into my collection. I mean, come on. Come on. Manhunter. Amazing film. It goes right into my Scream Factory collection. Now, I saw this for $5 at Walmart, I think. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome in 4K, $5. That's an instant buy. And then Hackers, I got for $20, goes for $57 in Canada. This is the 4K Shout Factory, which is the subsidiary. Is that how you say that? Shout Factory and then Scream Factory are the same company. Carbon of Dreams just gifted a membership. No, he became a member. Thank you. And he says He says, looking forward to watching you on Sludgehammer Horror. They are good people. How did you know I'm going on there? Did he mention that already? Yeah, they invited me on. I'll be going on there soon. Actually, when is that? I forget what day it is. The 20... I'm going on Sludgehammer Horror on the 22nd of the month. Next up, 4K version of Doctor Strange. Love. Had to buy that one. Now, this is an amazing collection. Sorry, I should say Second Sight Films does amazing boutique releases. Right here. It Follows. Amazing film, amazing collection, amazing versions on here. Or so I should say 4K version of the film here. Had to buy that when it came out. Super rare to get that one now, I think. Here's two more Scream Factory collections that... Well, this one's a collection. Scream Factory does double features. So this one is Cellar Dweller. Say that a million times. And Catacombs. They always kind of have the same little theme. But as you can see, it is, you know, classic horror films put onto Blu-ray. So I highly recommend, if you're going to get into Scream Factory collecting, to grab some of the double disc ones. I have a whole slew here. This chunk right here is all... that exactly. So we'll talk about that when I get to it. Then we have Nomads, which is another Scream Factory release. I don't know anything about this film. I just know that it stars 007. And it cost me like $20, but I had to put it in the collection. Now, this cost me $10. It is a prequel to Pet Sematary. Haven't watched it yet. I've heard mixed results. So I'm not too sure if it's that good or not, so we'll find out. I had to buy The Nun 2. I'm a huge fan of the whole universe. The Nun 1, though, not a great movie. Now, I bought this for one reason only. This film is shot on a Sony FX3, which is a camera body that anybody can buy. The camera body is about $6,000. So I wanted to see what can the quality get to if you're, you know, able to buy it as a prosumer camera. Let's see what they really can do with that. So it's shot on a digital cinema camera. It's weird. It's crazy because I have a digital cinema camera. I have the Sony FX30, and I also have a Blackmagic camera, but the Sony FX30 is a smaller super, it's called a super 35 millimeter sensor, and then the Sony FX3 that they shot this on is a full frame sensor, so it doesn't have a crop factor, basically. It's a smaller physical sensor, so it lets less light into the lens, into the sensor itself because it's smaller. So it's harder to shoot in low light, but the Sony FX3 has a full frame sensor. So I just wanted to see what it would look like. Had to get this. I know. It came out recently, but what are you going to do? Okay, next up, The Departed. I watched this recently. Absolutely love that film. It is a remake of a Japanese film. I don't know if a lot of people know that. Here, I found this for like $5 at a used store. Mirrors. If you haven't seen this film, it's pretty good. I mean, it's pure 90s, but it's pretty good. Then I got this for $30, which is a steal. It is The Mist in 4K, but it also came with the black and white version. By the way, all the rednecks are out on their bikes. Arrow released this a couple years ago. This is an amazing version of Donnie Darko. 4K, comes with a book. Just like all the other 4K box sets from Arrow, these books are incredible. Oh yeah, she's in Scream 4. She gets murdered. I think it came with a poster too. Yeah, it did. Jared in the chat, if you guys could like the stream, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Next up, I have the Ultimate Collection of Watchmen, the complete story on Blu-ray. So this is the motion comic plus the director's cut of the film. Obviously, that's sort of a must-buy. You know. Wait, you've never seen Donnie Darko? Says Roland in the chat. You gotta watch it. Upgraded to 4K of Shawshank Redemption because I'm a huge nerd like that. Reservoir Dogs in 4K because you got to own all of Tarantino's in 4K eventually. Next up, I got JFK from Shout Factory. This is the ultimate edition of it. It has every single version of JFK, and the special features on this are insane. This was expensive as hell, so I can't say I recommend it to everybody out there, but if you're a fan of JFK, the film, it's got amazing performances. John Candy is amazing in the film. Really underrated movie. I mean, not underrated because I think a lot of people know about it, but underrated in the sense that not a lot of people talk about it. Now, let's just get this out of the way. I bought this for $5, finally watched it, and I give it like a 6 out of 10. Mario movie. I pre-ordered this like 6 months ago. It finally showed up. This is the Rings collection. So I watched The Ring recently, and it is visually stunning. Amazing film. Cinematography, top notch. Part 2, absolutely terrible. Terrible movie. I can't even get through it. I have a hard time watching The Rings. Like Rings, The Ring 2. Can't do it. Now, let me just say this. Rings, which is the third one, not that bad. I like the third one over the second one. So, that's saying something. Okay. I think I was watching these recently. That's why they're all in this. So here is it. Watched this recently, and I adore the movie. I can't stop watching it. I love Chapter 1. Chapter 2, not as good, but it's nice to hang out with those kids and those characters again. Now, I live near where they filmed this, so one day I hope to take you guys on a little adventure there. Next up, the movie of the last year, Barbie. Why do I own that? Because I never had seen it, and I bought it for like $10 somewhere used in 4K. So I watched the movie. I cried twice. I'll admit it. The Haunting. Classic tale. Doesn't live up to what it used to be. I don't know, but having it in 4K is amazing. I also have it on VHS, and it was just something I had to buy, you know. Thanksgiving. Some people saying it's good as Scream. Nah, I wouldn't call this as good as Scream. I feel like the last reel, he didn't really know what to do with the characters, so the ending of this kind of disappointing. I still really enjoy Thanksgiving, but the ending is just like, okay, you didn't have any ideas. So if Billy from the Game Chasers is still here, he's gonna be like, oh shit. The Monster Squad in 4K must own, if you're a fan of the Goonies, and you're a fan of any of the Universal Monster movies, which I've got the collection somewhere in my collection here, right here. So if you're a fan of this, then you have to get this. This is the Universal, we'll get to it when I talk about it, but wow. Monster Squad is a classic. You know, Wolfman's got nards. That's where it comes from. Okay, let's grab... I actually don't have room. Okay. Let's grab the next little section here. Oh, Billy's still here. Billy, do me a favor, dude. Billy, message me on Facebook to remind me. I have to tell you something, man. I think you should definitely do what I tell you after. I figured it out. There's a reason why I'm doing this vertically, which we'll talk about when I'll call you later or something. But Billy, trust me. I've discovered something. It's insane for YouTube. And it's a huge help. But anyways, thanks for the support, guys. Let's carry on here. The Nun. The Nun. I mean, yeah, I'd say it's the worst out of the universe. Not a huge fan of the cinematography. It looks very digital. So, this is what it is. Game Chaser shorts? Nah, shorts. Listen, let me tell you guys something. Shorts on YouTube are dead. They don't really do much. It's kind of like winning the lottery. You'd have to do like a shit ton of them. Shorts do not do anything. You'd be lucky if you bring in like one subscriber. Okay, Conjuring 3 and 4K. I had to buy that, part of the universe. I feel like this is where they started to like kind of go downhill in terms of quality. It's not my favorite Conjuring movie. I'd say part 1 is, and then part 2, and then this one. So it's not great. Next up we have Annabelle Comes Home, which is, I think, is very underrated. All the gags in this movie I really, really, really loved. So I would give that a solid 8 out of 10, actually. Okay. Psycho Gorman. How many people know this movie? Has anyone in the chat seen this? Let's see. I'm curious. Crimson Waffle, did I like Megan? Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was okay. I really love every horror movie, but, you know. So the chat on my laptop is like, let me refresh this, see if it... So there's a lot of people saying, I love Psycho Gorman. Let me just say this. If you like horror movies and you like Power Rangers, do yourself a favor and watch this. It's made in Canada. It is incredible. It's essentially Power Rangers meets a gore over-the-top horror movie. Rich Evans makes a cameo from Red Letter Media as the voice of, I think his name's Gutter Bucket or something. But holy shit, this movie is amazing. Oh my god. Next up, we have the WNUF Halloween special. This is a Vinegar Syndrome release, I believe. Isn't it? Wait, it isn't? Wait. Actually, I don't know. No, it's Terror Vision. What the fuck am I talking about? This takes... So if you like analog horror, just watch this movie. You'll definitely really enjoy this. Now, I don't want to say too much because it is a really unique film, but go watch this movie. It's called WNUF Halloween Special. Okay. Just when you thought it was safe to putt, this is a stupid movie that's making fun of Jaws. Instead of Jaws, it's called Blades. It's about a bunch of people that golf and a lawnmower attacks them. So it's about a killer lawnmower and it is ridiculous. Vinegar Syndrome. It's just like one of those over-the-top stupid movies from back in the day. And I think it was in the 90s. If I'm not mistaken, it was 1990 something. But Blades, just, had to buy that one. Lovely Bones. Underrated movie. I think Mark Wahlberg takes the film down a notch. He's terrible in it, but it was supposed to be originally Ryan Gosling starring in the film. And he even gained some weight to be in the movie. And then they told him he didn't have the part. So he did that for nothing. But that's some, side story. This is an amazing movie. Yeah. The Gallows. Not going to talk about this much because I think it's a pretty good movie. It's from the producers of like Paranormal Activity and Insidious. The Gallows. It came out, I believe, in 2015-ish. Yeah, 2015. Here we go. Ready? 4K. 4K version of this. Do you know what this is like in 4K? If you do not own this in 4K, it's one of the most influential animes to date. I mean, I don't even know if I need to say anything more than that. This movie is fucking amazing. Okay. To Catch a Thief, The Birds, Strangers on a Train, Shadow of a Doubt, Vertigo, Torn Curtain, Marnie, Rear Window. As you can see, there's a bit of my Hitchcock collection just all sort of together for some reason. Now, I bought this for $19.99. Reason I bought it, because it's a steel case. I don't collect steel cases, but I'm a huge fan of The Ring. and I had to own it. When does the code expire here? It's expired, hasn't it? Code may not be valid after 2024, October 2024. Here, have a code for the Ring digital. Somebody screenshot that. Nate, what's going on in the chat? Hopefully you guys screenshot it if you want it. I already own it digitally, so. Okay, let me grab the next stack. We're making good time. It's been an hour and a half. Thank you for the support. We got a shit ton of memberships. Let me check. I think we have close to 15 memberships this stream. There's no way for me to check. Hang on. Let me see if my laptop has. Let me see if my laptop has some juice in it. If it does, I'll be able to update exactly. No, she's dead. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead. Okay. Just puked in my mouth a little. Okay. Let's just grab this whole stack here. Whoop. Oh, God. Oh. She didn't like my gray hair. You guys are hilarious. Okay. Holy crap, this is like a power run challenge. Thanks for watching, guys. Insidious 3, which is, it grew on me. Insidious 2, which, Insidious 1, Insidious 4K. So this is a very, very, very rare copy of the film. This is the 4K Insidious release that I think came out maybe a couple years ago. I don't think it's easy to find right now, but here's another code. Let's see if it's expired. This might be expired, but get ready to screenshot this. Real Spoiler says, I got the ring. Thanks, homie. Did you really? Holy shit, dude. That was fast. Dude, I can't believe you got it. Glad. Enjoy it, dude. So in the Insidious series and The Last Key, they're not terrible. I got the ring as well, says James. Everyone's going to get the ring right now? Pet Sematary, this is like one of the worst releases ever. We got Mystic River, which is a Clint Eastwood classic, I would say, to the day now. An amazing movie. It's based on all that Boston accent. Hey, I'm from fucking Boston. Love that movie. If you're from Boston, I'm sure you really enjoy it too. Now, let me just say, look at how nerdy I am. So like you guys know, I like 90s crappy teen movies, like slashers and thrillers. So I bought it on DVD, which is like a shitty used copy. Terrible copy of the film. Then I found out it was actually out on Blu-ray. And I had to import this from God knows where. I don't even know where I imported it, but it's actually shot in Toronto, Ontario, which is kind of cool. I know all of the locations that they used for this. I used to live basically right where they filmed the film. So that is why I own that. Next up, we have Your Next, which is from the director of King Kong vs. Godzilla, the one that's in the theater right now. Great horror film from back in the day. I talked to him at TIFF about his films, and he's a really nice guy. The Invisible Man, bought that for like $2. I'm a fan of Blumhouse, but not everything they do, so I don't know if this is a good film yet. Next up, I bought this for $2 at a garage sale. Reason I did it is because I heard it was terrible, and holy shit, the ending of this movie. Sometimes the Stephen King movies work, and sometimes they don't. The end of this movie is laughable at best. Hereafter, which is another Clint Eastwood film about a psychic medium. I just wanted to see it. I just wanted to see if it was good. It's okay. Next up, Never-Ending Story on Blu-ray. I mean, what can I say about that? You should look into the the actor who played Noel. Actually, his name is Noel, right? Noel Hathaway. He's got tattoos and everything now. It's kind of interesting to see, but you know this movie, and you know why you know this movie right there. Who's that? Can you guys name that character? I'm sure you guys can name that. Somebody has to be able to name that character. Tan says, I love that movie. D says, I love that movie. So what's the name of this character right here? Does anyone in the chat know? It's a dragon? It's not a dragon. Well, the Never-Ending Story sounds like an RTU documentary. How can nobody know the fucking name? Finally, somebody's like Falcor. God damn it, that took a while. No, Alucard, that's the name of his horse. That's the name of his horse. The giant white thing is Falcor. Okay, so I have another digibook of the Poltergeist. I have it in 4K as well. I don't know where it is right now, but we'll get to it. But the 4K cover is fucking terrible. Is it here? No, it's... Yeah, we'll get to it. The 4K version of that movie is just goddamn awful. We're at 170 likes. If you guys could like the stream, I'd really appreciate it. And also, if you're new here, please consider subscribing. It would mean a lot to me. You know, this channel is basically me trying to make a living, and I'll just say to you guys now, thank you so much for the support, because you're helping me make a living. And I enjoy doing these videos and hanging out with you guys. Samuel, what's going on in the chat? Drummer Punk. CSC, what's up? Nightwalker, what's going on? Marlon Morris, appreciate you coming through all the time. The Fluffy Marshmallow, thank you, dude. Please consider subscribing. Dean M, thank you, man. Says, I work nights in the UK, so I get to watch a stream live. Sweet. Thanks, dude. Next up, $5. $5. This is a low gout support stream. $5 for Demolition Man. Okay, so I've got this. Do I like Star Trek more than Star Wars? Maybe when I get older. Here's how much I paid for it. $5.99 for the motion picture trilogy. This is a weird one because it skips. It skips. It just goes Wrath of Khan. It doesn't have part 1. It just goes 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Kenzie, what's up? Okay. I have... Where is it? Okay, so Strandon J says, listen, get my ass on Blu-ray. Thanks for the support, man. I'd love to get your ass on Blu-ray. Malignant on Blu-ray, right? Where's the 4K? Why didn't it come to Canada? It never came to Canada. If you haven't seen this movie... So I had to import this into Canada. I think I'm probably one of the only people in Canada to own a copy of Malignant in 4K. Honestly, I'm not making that up. I doubt there's more than 10 people that have this. It's so expensive to get into Canada. I think I paid $80 to get this. And there's a reason for it. I love this movie. Next up, this was voted by a scientific team, saying that this was one of the scariest films of all time. Sinister. It is good. Really good movie. This is another Scott Dickerson movie. He also did Black Phone. It's an amazing film, but I don't know if it's the scariest. Marissa says, I love your shirt. Where can I buy it? Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate the support. This shirt you can't buy anymore. So what this is Cheddar Goblin. It's basically from the movie Mandy. It's a TV commercial. It's from frightrags.com. I also ordered some Dawn of the Dead stuff from there, so that's shipping soon. So, Marissa, thank you. Appreciate the support. Okay. The Faculty. Wait, did I hear we're getting a remake of this or something? Or what's happening with The Faculty? There's something's happening. It's coming out in 4K. I think it's coming out in 4K, but are we getting a sequel to it? No clue. How's everyone doing? Enjoying the stream? It's been an hour and a half. Akiri Genesis, thank you. Appreciate everybody watching, by the way. If you guys can hit the like button on the stream, it'll help me out. Genesis, nice to see you. Bacon Laser, nice to see you. Grim, nice to see you. Samuel, good soundtrack. Dude, the soundtrack? Offspring? Let's drive our bikes! That's annoying. Alan says it's been a great stream. Thank you. We're going to get through my whole collection. Nightmare and Elm Street collection. Right now, it is rumored that we're going to get a box set of this. I don't know if we're going to. In 4K, I'd love to. Enraged Gecko, thank you, dude. Dude, Enraged Gecko over the last couple of days, like 3 or 4 or 5 days, he's been supporting like mad. I really appreciate it, dude. He says, I'm a Trekkie like my father before me. That's a line from something. Grew up with Next Generation with my dad, so I have a bigger connection to Star Trek over Star Wars. Star Wars is great, though, he says, but he has that personal connection with Star Trek and his father. Dude, that's great to hear. I'm glad you could still live in those memories. I think one of the most important things we can do as just terrible humans, because I think humans are terrible in general, but one of the most unique things we can do is remember those moments we had with people that are no longer with us. So I'm happy you have those memories, dude. You should definitely put on the Star Trek shows and just sit back and think of your father and watch them. Next up, all the colors of giallo. So what is giallo? Giallo is essentially, I would say it is, well, I could just read it here. Giallo is Italian for yellow, the color. And it's inspired by well, let me read what this says here. Oh, it doesn't actually give doesn't even say what it is. A giallo is essentially, I'm trying to think of a new movie, like Malignant. If you watch Malignant, it's inspired by a giallo. If you watch the remake of Suspiria, that's inspired by a giallo. Or like, basically any movie where there's a killer where you never see his face, he's got black gloves on, and we have like RGB lighting everywhere. Those are giallos. Jello is not French. What? Damn, Jay, giving everyone the feels. Sorry, I like to be serious sometimes. Total Recall, you could recall my ass. That's obviously, I had to buy that one. Apocalypse Now on Blu-ray. This is like one of the greatest movies ever made. But what's amazing about this is it comes with the documentary Heart of Darkness. So if you want to know how the film was made, this is the edition to buy. The documentary is just as interesting as the film. Next up, Coraline. Love it. Super dark tale. I like stuff that's dark for children. I think it teaches you about life in ways that Scooby-Doo's not going to teach you. Although Scooby-Doo might teach you a little bit. Tango in the chat says Jesus? No, Jesus. Okay, next up. Risky Business, which is based on Billy Game Chaser's life. But if you haven't seen this, man, this is a classic Tom Cruise film from back in the 80s. Okay, we're going to go through these ones. No, not all of them. Okay, Moonraker, which just reminds me of N64 GoldenEye. We got No Time to Die, which I have not seen. I hear good and bad things about it, so I'm a little hesitant to watch it, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it one day. Next up, Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. This is another classic from him. He unfortunately died during the making of this film, and Tom Cruise had to step up and help finish the film himself. There's also an amazing documentary, which I don't know if... I'm trying to think what it's called. But essentially, Kubrick worked with this guy, and there's there's a director's there's a documentary about this guy that worked with Kubrick. Do you guys know what that is? I think it's called like A Man at Work or something, and it's incredible. Next up, Evil Dead 2. That cover right there totally reminds me of going to the VHS stores back in the day. I used to go into the store and nonstop just stare at the movies, and I remember seeing this as a kid and it scared the shit out of me. Men at Work? I don't think it's that. Isn't that the movie with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman naked? Yes, this is. They get naked in this movie. A Man at Work. I don't know what it's called. Evening Jay. Last film I saw was Clockwork Orange during my off break. Swag Bay. Hope you enjoyed it. Next up, The French Connection. The stories I could tell about this movie, I'd be here for forever. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do that to you guys now, but it's directed by William Friedkin, who, let's be honest, one of the best directors of all time. He did The Exorcist, which we'll talk about in a bit. Now, Nebraska by Alexander Payne. Nebraska, what an underrated movie. And, I mean, it's starring a whole bunch of people, but I would say that it's one of my favorite movies of that year when it came out. I think what's her name? Juno? Not Juno. What's her name? Somebody won an Oscar for it. But very interesting movie. Okay, here we go. Indiana Jones the Complete. That's a lie. Complete Adventures. So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just pretend 4 and 5 don't exist, and then we're okay. So that's the Blu-ray I got for $24 for that collection. Pretty good deal. I'm actually hurting my... You see what happens? I'm dying here. I live in Nebraska. Jessica D lives in Nebraska? Jesus. Juno Squibb. Yeah, she won, didn't it? Okay, Saint Mund. This is a fucked up movie. Not going to say much about it. If you haven't seen this movie, it's a religious movie, but oh my god. Okay. Let's get to the next shelf here. I'd say we're like 20%, 25% done. If that. I really do have too many movies, man. Okay, next up. Yeah, you guys like looking at my ass. By the way, I have a great ass. Let's just be honest here. Next up, Man, I Love You. This movie, amazing. Kirby in the Chest says, hey, me and my unidentified autistic bullfrog love watching your videos. Can I please get a shout out? Kirby Fisher, congratulations to you and your frog. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you guys could hit like, I'd help that. Also, if I've missed the super chat, let me know in the chat. I appreciate all the support. Actually, one just came in here. Mystery says, just got here. Can we start from the beginning? Why are you late? Is what I want to know. I love you, though. Mystery, I love you, buddy. Love this movie. Rush is involved with it. My uncle used to do work with them. The Italian Job, which is, I'm trying to think what year. Very great action film, but, say anything. Classic John Hughes film. Cameron Crowe directed this. A lot of people don't know that. Cameron Crowe later went on to do Vanilla Sky and We Bought a Zoo. He's a really smart director. I really like Vanilla Sky, which I also own. But Say Anything has one of the most iconic moments in a film, which is right there. Drummer Punk says, do you have the original Peach Dragon? No, what's that, dude? I don't even know what that is. Now, I love character piece films, so that's why I bought this. Winter's Bone is about... Well, I'm not going to say what it's about. It's brutal. This movie is brutal at times. I would say that Jennifer Lawrence gives a fucking amazing performance in this. It won Best Picture at the Grand Jury Prize for Sundance. It is An amazing film. Very hard watch, though. Next up, Stand By Me 25th Anniversary. This has something very special on it, and that is the picture-in-picture commentary. And you get to see the director and a few of the actors talk about the film. And it is one of the highlights of just collecting movies. This is an amazing film. Highly suggest that if you've ever seen it. The Aviator, we already know about that. We know. I got the Harry Potter 8 collection. I like these movies, but like I'm not attached to them as much as I am, like, say, Empire Strikes Back or any of that stuff. Here is a great fucking movie. Copland. Copland, first of all, it's directed by the guy who directed Wolverine. And it stars a bunch of actors who are literally about to die. I think one of them is dead. Ray Liotta passed away. Harvey Keitel is up there in age. Stallone's up there, and De Niro's up there. Am I selling these? No, I'm just having fun. Next up, The Town. Hey, you're a fucking can of peas. Listen, a can of corn. This fucking movie is amazing. Directed by none other than your boy, Ben Affleck. Has some of the best lines. I love when he goes into his buddy's house there. He goes into Jeremy Renner's house and he's like, yo, oh, Misery says, Josh. Oh yeah, Josh killed River Phoenix. I heard that. Somebody gave him a drink that was spiked or something. That's crazy. The River Phoenix story. Affleck's a great director. When Ben Affleck goes into the house and he goes to Renner and he goes, hey, we gotta go somewhere. And he's like, he just looks at him. He's like, we gotta go somewhere and break some people's legs. I don't want any questions. And then Renner just like looks back at the TV and looks back and he's like, whose car are we bringing? I love that fucking scene. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. This is sort of a... What would you call this genre? It's like a drama comedy. I love this movie. It makes me want to go to Iceland desperately one day, but I'll never do it. Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses, double pack. This was actually gifted to me by somebody back in the day on the show. I have 2 copies of it. That's why this one's not open. Rob Zombie's films. I think the second one's better than the first one, but I appreciate both. I'm amazed that we even have these films. Universal Studios shut down the idea at the time. They hated it, so it was picked up by another studio, which was Lionsgate's. That's why we got the film. Living Legend says, my ass started twerking automatically the moment I jumped on this stream. That is weird, man. You should get that checked out. I appreciate the support, Living Legend. Thank you for all the super chats, by the way, guys. It really helps out the stream, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Looper. Ryan Johnson, man. He almost had a great film here. I know a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, the movie's amazing. I think the third reel is terrible. I don't think he's good at sci-fi. I think The Last Jedi is I think it is the worst Star Wars movie to date. Fucking piece of shit. Lock, Stock, you guys know this one. This is a classic. I don't know why. I got it at HMV for $15. I've never opened it. Lock, Stock, what's it called exactly? Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Amazing movie from Guy Ritchie. Back in the day, he made some like independent, tough-ass movies. This was one of them. Guy Ritchie was amazing back then. Let the Right One In, which is the original. There's a sequel called... What's the sequel called? The sequel's like terrible, so I don't even know what it's called. Not the sequel, the remake of Let Me In. No, it's called Let Me In. This one's the Let the Right One In. This movie is fucking amazing. If you haven't seen this, definitely check it out. It is a vampire movie. It is incredible. Okay, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. The only reason I really bought this movie was just to see how they came together after Heath Ledger died. It's an interesting movie, but it's not like, at the end it's kind of like, oh, the devil shows up and it's the same shit we've always seen in these movies. But, I mean, GoldenEye. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. GoldenEye. Okay, next up. I don't need to speak about GoldenEye. I watched this movie about 14,000 times on VHS. One of my favorite video games of all time as well. In the Heat of the Night, amazing film. If you don't know it, you got to go out there. And I mean, it's just mind blowing. This movie is mind goddamn blowing. It's about a detective who goes to a small town from I think he comes from New York, and he goes to a very racist white small town to solve a murder. Fucking amazing. Also, the TV show was amazing too. What's the famous line here? They call me Gib. I forget what it's called. They call me something something. A great, great film. Cowboy Bebop the movie. Absolutely love it. I mean, it's not as good as the show itself. The movie was a little bit out there, but I really still enjoy the plot of this. But yeah, Heat of the Night is a racist movie. Not racist movie, but it involves heavily heavy topics of racism, which is it's great because you like let me just say this and let me be clear. I grew up in a small town full of white people, and the only black people in the town lived next door to me. And my mom actually showed me this movie before I met the neighbors because she wanted to explain what racism was because I didn't even know what it was. So I watched this movie on VHS when I was young, and I totally understood as a kid. And it made me I don't know what it did essentially. Like it just made me realize that there's fucking terrible people out there. And the neighbors constantly, I brought this up on RTU streams before, but the neighbors who were the only black family in Barrie, Ontario at the time, they got fucking everything happened to them. Their windows broken, eggs thrown at them, their car tires got popped, the windows to the bedrooms got smashed, they got spray painted with the N-word on the side of the house. So yeah, a great fucking movie, but it taught me about like the evils in life. It was fucking crazy, and then I experienced it right outside my door, and it's just like fucking, it's unbelievable. Goodfellas, come on, we all know about Goodfellas. Do I need to say much about that one? Fast Times, we know about Fast Times. Obviously, you're gonna own that. This I got for $5. Carb Dream says, I thought there's no racism in Canada. Dude, I'd say parts of downtown Toronto are more racist than some parts of the U.S. that I was in. I'd say the most racist place I ever went to was Philadelphia for fucking Too Many Games Expo. Holy shit. That was like absolutely insane. I couldn't fucking believe it. Just inside of Philadelphia was just unbelievable. But yeah, there's racism everywhere. Let's just be honest. It's everywhere. This was $5. Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, Weird Science. Great collection. John Hughes is a legend. By the way, he's Canadian. Last but not least, for some reason, I have a copy of AVGNX. I think it was given to me. I got it at Too Many Games Expo, actually. At the time, I knew James. I hung out with him a few times in Canada when he came up to ANC Games. So we knew each other. I was supposed to get this. Here's a bit of trivia that you guys don't know, and I guarantee you, in the chat right now, you guys are gonna go, "Oh God, Jay knows them too." James and I used to be like buddy back in the day, so much so that he invited me. He invited me to go and roast him. I don't know if you guys know, there's a very famous James roast, AVGN roast that's online. I was invited to go down to Boston, or actually Philadelphia. I don't remember where it was, but I was invited to be a speaker there. And I actually wrote some of my jabs that I was going to take at James and Mike. And I'll just tell you one now. This was around the time that Mike released that fucking Inspector Gadget video, which was terrible. And my idea was to bring a noose, like a full-fledged noose, into the venue And during my set, I was just going to walk over to Mike and hand it to him and say, do us all a favor. That would be amazing. Mike would have laughed at that one, but I got to hang out with Mike as well at my video game store when I ran it, where I was a manager. But yeah, I was gonna give Mike a fucking noose and tell him to do us all a favor. That would have been great. Oh, we got something special coming. Don't look at my thighs. I've been working out my thighs, Terrence. I'd like to. I am error. I'd love to choke you. Okay. What happened to Michelangelo? He met a girl, and his balls got chopped off and put into a mason jar under the sink. Oh, by the way, if you guys know what 3 kilobytes is and you still watch me from back in the day, we're having a slight reunion on the live stream. On the 25th of May, again, on 25th of May, I'm doing a live stream with Kat. She's coming down here. We're going to stream for like 3 or 4 hours. It's going to be Kat and I talking about 3 kilobyte stories on the 25th of May. So yes, Kat is showing back up. So let me tell you what's happening over the next 2 months. And I know some people don't give a shit about this, but for the people that really appreciate what I'm trying to do here, these announcements are for you, okay? On April 20th of this month, we're having the Psychic Medium. We're doing the Ghost Hunt. You guys know that one, right? The follow-up stream will happen in May. We're doing a second Ghost Hunt at a fucking costume store that is quote-unquote haunted by a poltergeist. And also, you ready for this? In the basement of the costume store is a haunted house that opens up in October only, and she's given us access to that as well. And now the next announcement, which will happen in May, I'll bring it up now. I'm going to be live streaming from a place called, what's it called? I forgot the name of it. God damn it. I'm going to be streaming from a vintage toy/video game store, and I get to show you everything in the store. I already talked to the owner. He's a cool guy. So, holy fuck, can somebody block that asshole in the chat? I mean, I've got 15,000. Terrence, block him. Thank you. So, we're going there. And then also on the 26th of this month. Also, yeah, you're not spelling your right, by the way. But, I mean, you probably... How is he not fucking blocked yet? Holy shit, ones. What is ones? What are you doing? You got chili in your mouth? Okay, he's blocked. Thank you. Ones, I appreciate it. Aziz, what have you done? You've donated. What does it say? Hang on. It says, fuck yes, 3KB. I'm Ace from back in the day. Dude, holy fuck, Ace. I remember you on the streams and the show, man. So yeah, we're having a 3 kilobytes reunion with Kat and I in May. Now, here's another announcement. On the 26th, I think, of this month, my best friend is coming on the show. And we're going to tell stories about how stupid I used to be. So there's all the announcements for now. We're doing 2 ghost hunting streams. We're doing a stream from a vintage toy store, which also sells vintage games and posters and plushies and all sorts of stuff. Then we're doing a stream with Kat in May. And then we're doing a stream with my best friend at the end of this month. And that's not all. There's other things happening. So just stay tuned, and I appreciate it. Wait, who did I time out? Did I accidentally time somebody out? Read the message. Dude, Hang on. Let's derail the stream because I timed somebody out. What does it say? Ones. Did you... I don't know what you're talking about. You could text me on there. Next up, George Romero's Survival of the Dead. Unbelievable. Terrence did? What do you mean? Terrence messaged me? What happened? So, D Jr. got... So add him back. Go up this. You can go up the chat and undo it. Just go do that right away. Terrence is just randomly blocking some of my viewers now. Terrence, go up the chat again. Everyone stop talking. Let him go and undo what he did there. And tell me when it's ready. Oh, yeah, he timed him out. So he'll be back. Unbelievable. Terrence, you got one job, and you're just randomly fucking... timed out. So he'll be back, right? Is that how that works, ones? I can't do it. Yeah, he'll be back. Okay, if you're watching, D, when you get back here, you get to roast Terrence for doing what he did. If not, we'll take care of it after, man. Terrence is just... this is why Terrence and I didn't work out, man. He's fired. Next up, Saving Private Ryan. You know what? He's got chili all over his fucking beard and hands. Okay, so this movie was influential to so many people out there. If you watched this movie and then you played the Medal of Honor Frontlines, you would know that it came directly from that movie. Constantine, which we're hearing sequel rumors. I think it's pretty good, but I don't know. Like, Shia LaBeouf is pretty cool in here. Okay, Collateral, which is all shot on digital. So this is one of the first major films that was shot on digital that really became a blockbuster. That's why I own it, just so I can go back and go, listen, if they could film on those old pieces of shit cameras, I could do just as good on mine. Interstellar, which has a terrible sticker on it. Not much I need to say about that. We all know that movie. Next up, Home Alone, which says Family Fun Edition, which Macaulay Culkin is a legend for being in this movie. This movie is severely missed. I watch it every once in a while. I got the Toy Story 4 movie collection, of course, is useless now because they're making a 5th, so screw you. District 9, which is, in my opinion, Neil Blomkamp's, or whatever his fucking name is, his best movie to date. I don't think he did anything that even came close to this film. Next up, Creed. Obviously, I had to pick that one up because I'm a fan of Rocky. This is a very underrated movie. Really enjoy it. It's super creepy. Love the ending. Hardcore Harry. It's like a first-person shooter come to life. This actually stars the guy from District 9. So it's a cool film, cool premise, but I mean, like, Dumb and Dumber. Kick his ass, Seabass. Great film. Thank you for all the likes. We almost have 200 likes. Appreciate that. Okay, what is happening now? Terrence, are you messaging him on? You can't bring back DJ. He can't bring him back either. Okay, hang on. I'll go through the chat and see if I can bring DJ back. Or you know what? I'm not signed in on my iPad here, so... Oh. Okay, next up, $10. Krill, you know, so I'm in Vancouver with my really good friend who I'm not going to say who it is. Some of you probably figure it out, but I don't name drop my friends. Huge YouTuber. I'm at his house and he's like, let's watch this. We watch it, and I ordered it on Amazon that moment. Literally, that moment. I'm like, yeah. So wait a minute. Am I able to go through the chat here and... Let me see if I can save his life. Hang on. Let's try to deal with this because everyone keeps going on about it for 14 hours straight because Terrence has chili on his fucking hands and Hit the wrong button on the keyboard. Okay, I'm getting close to his name. He's timed out for 86K seconds. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but Krill, check out Krill. 24 hours. Is that what that means? Yeah, we got to go fix that. Okay, we're gonna fix that issue live because actually, can you reverse a timeout? I don't know if I could reverse a timeout. One's 2 cents. Can you do me a favor and see if you can reverse a timeout? I don't know if you can, but let me know. Okay, so we're over here now. Thank you, ones. Appreciate you, bud. Okay, moving along. We are now over here. Yeah, I don't think you can reverse the timeout because it hasn't kicked them out. So, okay, says I want to help, but I have no power here. Only in the Discord. I know, man. Grim Timmy says you need a real mod. Mod my ass. So you cannot reverse a timeout. So. D, I apologize. Terrence apologizes. Terrence has lost his goddamn mind. You guys are hilarious. By the way, if you're new here, please hit the like button. I really appreciate the support, by the way. If you want to support, you could do that by being a membership. And we're having movie night. Just bringing this up. We're having movie night tomorrow. We're going to watch The Shining together on the Discord server. So let me also say, join the Discord server. Link is in the chat. You'll see it soon. I'm sure somebody will put it up there. And I appreciate you guys. Okay, here's something in my collection that I consider to be like super, super valuable to me. I don't know how much it would cost to even buy this again. This is the Dawn of the Dead Ultimate Edition. It is, I think you guys know that I was kind of close with George Romero. So this is signed by Tom Savini, who's the makeup artist, Ken Foree, who plays one of the main characters, the black gentleman, and then it says Jason Stay Scared, George Romero. So I got him to sign this at one of the conventions I was at with him. This edition is just unbelievable. So, I'll never get rid of this. This is like one of my prized possessions. I remember I also had that DVD early. My girlfriend brought me to this place called DVD Warehouse, and I was able to get a copy early. And I handed it to George. I'm like, hey, dude, look what I got early. He was like, how did you get this early? And I'm like, you don't need to know that. Next up, The Exorcist in 4K. That is right there. That is the worst design cover in all of Canadian history. I don't know why we have to deal with that. Whoever did this cover is fucking terrible. I mean, from the grading, like the color correction and everything, it's terrible. But the movie's amazing. But that cover, ugh. Now, Mad Max in 4K, I bought it for $19 because I believe this came with the... No, it didn't. It did not come with the black and white edition. I have that separately somewhere. Anyone know this movie? Jay, Ragnarok says, what's better, Exorcist theatrical or director's cut? I'd go director's cut. Honestly, that's his vision. So I go with that for sure. Thriller. This movie is like, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, next up, a very famous movie coming out of Winnipeg, Canada, Skinamarink. This is the movie I suggested everybody go watch the other day while we were, I think I was somewhere streaming or something. This movie is hard to get through, but very enjoyable. So I recommend it to everybody out there. If you're really into horror movies and experimental horror, think of analog horror, but think of it on another level, because this movie is just insane. Creepshow season 3. Love this show, even though it's like a bit cheesy at times. I think Greg Nicotero, who's directing it, he's also the guy that did all the special effects makeup back in the day for like Dawn of the Dead, or he's on those teams doing makeup, but he also is now the executive producer and a director of a bunch of the Walking Dead, which I think is terrible. But yeah, great. Love that show. Next up, The Outwaters. Haven't watched it. I hear it's a very weird film. I think it's also Australian, Mike. Gonna come down there and watch a horror movie with you. So, haven't seen this, but I hear good things. Insidious, The Red Door. Horrible ending, man. It set up the movie in a way where I was like, this is fucking awesome. Nope. End of the movie, not so great. We have Way of Water. I still haven't watched it. This is the 4K Blu-ray. Digital code is also in here. I don't know, man. I'll watch it one day, but it's not on the top of my list. Next up, we have Talk to Me, which is an amazing film made by YouTubers, oddly enough. There's this twin brothers, and they got the funding, made the film, and A24 bought the rights to it. So that's an amazing movie about demon possession. Bro, Jay just did an awesome accent. Next up, goddamn love this movie. Gattaca in 4K. If you haven't seen this movie, another highly recommended movie from back in the day. I think it came out in 1990. That's a tough one. 90. It doesn't actually have the date. Wait. 97? 97. Great film. This one is a sci-fi. You almost want to call it an adventure film, but it isn't. It's a sci-fi drama film about the future of humanity. And the idea is that when you're born, your parents can create you in a perfect image. However, you get scanned to do jobs in the future. And if you have a defect that is noticed by, say, NASA, because maybe your breathing is off a little bit, they will not, 97, they will not allow you to take that job on. So the film, I'm not giving away too much, but the film is about Ethan Hawke and Jude Law switching places. And man, is it amazing. Okay, next up, Invaluable. The true story of an epic artist. This is a documentary about the guy that did all of the special effects makeup for Evil Dead. So it's just a fascinating behind the scenes tale of Tom Sullivan, who's the makeup artist for Evil Dead. It's just an amazing documentary about the creation of all of the effects in Evil Dead. Sorry, I'm having a hard time talking. My dyslexia is like kicking my ass there. Thank you, though, guys. Creepshow season 2. Definitely had to buy that because, if you own the other ones, you got to own that one. We got The Hobbit. This is in 4K. A lot of people are saying that it's like, well, we'll talk about it another time. Let me just send a message here. Okay. Ernest Goes to Camp. If you were a kid in the 80s, you probably watched this 5,000 times on VHS. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Jim Varney, also in Toy Story, I think he plays the Slinky Dog, if I'm not mistaken. Amazing movie from the 80s. Check this out. This is crazy. So, Rosemary's Baby in 4K. Amazing, right? However, I can't believe this happened. Paramount Pictures forgot to put a fucking scene into the movie. There's a scene missing out of this version I have in my hand. Right here. The 4K version. So what do I have in my left hand? The replacement disc with the re-edited version of the film. Do you know how many times this happens? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy how much money they have to spend just to give you a replacement disc. So that disc right there is the one with the error. And that disc right there is the one with the proper film. So I'll just put it in the case with it and, you know, hold them together. Oh my God, Zalen. Oh my God, Zalen. Why? It's, oh, Zalen. Goddamn Zalen, the legend. I was wondering where he was. He wasn't in the chat. And of course, he just shows up and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, Winnie the Pooh. Thank you for the support, man. Let me go get it on now. I'm going to die of heat exhaustion. I'm going to die of all sorts of things now. Let me go turn the fan on. Unbelievable. Look at my penis. Let's go. I got to go get him. Hang on. Okay, I got him. I got him. Listen. I appreciate the support. I can't believe it, dude. By the way, I owe you guys a whole stream in costume. Yeah, so in case you guys don't know, if anyone ever donates $50, I have to wear a costume. I have 5 different costumes. I got Winnie the Pooh. I've got a bear. I've got, what else do I have? A pig. Dude, it's like 1,000,000 degrees here. Okay. Listen, I know you guys are now super flaccid. Why does it look like I'm fat? I'm not fat. Look at those holes. Oh. I just arrived. Perfect timing. Oh, God. Why? Zalen. Oh, man. Zalen, I love you. Any Pooh movies? Once Two Cents says whales starting to circle you, Jay. Oh, God. Oh, God. I missed the pig. Dude, okay. Well, here we go. The suit's on. Thank you to ones to... Well, why am I thinking ones? Thank you to Zalen. Tank Tech just showed up. Never seen him before. And he says, can I be a mod? Cyril Vapus, will you stop it, dude? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, no. Ace says, too sexy. Thank you, Ace. By the way, if you guys don't know, Ace has been following me for like 10 plus years. More than 10 years, Ace. His name's A. It used to be Ace, but he's changed it. Thank you for the support, man. All right. What is Zalen saying now? I turned the fan on, by the way. Sir Flint says, first vertical YouTube stream I've seen. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, man. If you're new here, please like the video. All you have to do is hit that 3-button thing. It'll come down. Hit like. Appreciate that. Also, thank you to everybody that super chatted. I appreciate the support that way. And again, just so everyone knows, if you gift a membership, you can't do it on mobile. I just want to let people know, because people are like, my thing's broken. You can't do it on mobile. You can only do it from PC, from my understanding. And I'm able to see the gifted in the chat down here, so I won't miss it if you do that. Let's go on to Nightmare Before Christmas. This is in 4K, so of course I had to look at. I look like a goddamn idiot now. Paul the Alien. God damn it. Appreciate you, Alien. I'll get you back one day. There you go. Love that. PC Master Race. That's totally true. I still Know What You Did Last Summer in 4K, which I had to buy. Guaranteed I had to buy this just because I'm a huge fan of 90s slasher horrors. I got Unsane. The reason I bought this movie, just so you guys know, is because it's shot on an iPhone. So, do you want to see what a movie looks like shot on an iPhone? There you go. Pulp Fiction in 4K. This was a must-own for me. Had to buy it. Had to own it. Appreciate this movie so much, man. I don't need to say much about that. Here's the digibook of The Exorcist. This is the director's cut, which is also missing from here, so I don't even know where that is. Actually, where the hell is it? Huh. That's weird. The Conjuring. Listen, see the clapping hands? That's what I'm going to do to Terrence's ass. Look. Royale with cheese. Okay, next up we got Mama. This is directed by the director of It, Chapter 1 and 2. Mama. Ooh. Next up, Annabelle Creation. This is directed by David F. Sandberg. David F. Sandberg is known for Lights Out. Lights Out was a short film that was on YouTube, and it blew up on YouTube, millions of views, and the studio contacted him and said, let's make a movie out of it. And he later went on to direct Shazam. He's working on another horror movie right now, from my understanding. Can't wait for that. Conjuring 2, which takes place in the UK. I think it's about the Enfield hauntings, which, if you go into the detail of this, it's quite fascinating. You never know if the little girl was lying or not. She was lying. There's no such thing as ghosts. Unless you live in my church. There's a ghost here. It's going to get me. Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Unbelievable. Don't need to really talk about that. And then we got The Last Key, which was like a last-ditch effort to sort of like revitalize the franchise at the time. It's not a terrible movie, but it's also not the best in the series or anything like that. I really enjoy it. I think I've got the theatrical poster for some reason to it. But, okay. Okay, so we're going across this way. So next up I have the Paranormal Ultimate Chills Collection. This is the Paranormal Activity. Every film on Blu-ray. Amazing collection to have. Mal and Cal, what's going on? Reason I bought this was because... Will you fuck off? You fucking Blu-rays. Goddamn cock-sucking... Reason I bought that, because it had a documentary I wanted to see. Next up is a very, very, very cult-like film. Man, if you've seen this, then you know why you need to watch this. It is called Ghost Watch. This version I'm holding in my hand is one of the craziest versions. Ghost Watch is a mockumentary that played on the BBC about a haunted house. It was produced to look like a real show. So while you were watching the show in the UK when it was originally released, you did not realize that you were watching a movie, a produced film. You thought you were just watching some woman on Halloween go into a haunted house. Now, what's crazy about it is a year after that, a young boy killed himself because of this, of seeing it on TV. He killed himself and said that there was ghosts talking to him and they told him to kill himself. Now, the BBC also had to deal with another person who died because of this or was murdered. Or I don't know the details. I think it was somebody else was killed themselves as well. But if you haven't seen this, it's got to be up on the list immediately. Next up, we have the original Roadhouse, which is an amazing movie. This also has commentary. Listen to this. How weird this is. Commentary by Kevin Smith and Scott Mosier. I guess they love the movie so much that they had to like give their 2 cents in on it. Maltese Falcon, which is obviously, I mean, come on, a classic. We've got Wall-E, which is one of my favorite Disney films. Pixel. Okay, we've got okay, like, I don't know about this. We don't even need to talk about it. What just happened? Bing says, I love seeing your sick collection. Thank you, dude. I appreciate the support. Thank you for the super chat. Seriously, guys, thanks for these super chats. You guys don't realize, like, how much it helps. I really appreciate it, man. Okay, here we go. Some people asked if I had anime. I have a few. Perfect Blue, Steelbook. This is a Shout Factory release. This movie is absolutely insane. So there's one of the animes I have. Mystery says, have we touched on the Wall Street yet? No. Do I have Wall Street? I love Wall Street, the movie. I don't know if I own it. I love how Zaylin disappeared, too. So there's one of my animes. Next up, we have Transformers 4K, the movie. I had to obviously buy this because I'm a huge fan of Transformers. So when they released it in 4K, I was like, hell yes. Found it at Walmart for like super cheap, $20. Next up, we have Porco Rosso. This is another unbelievable anime. And then Paprika, which is coming out in 4K, but if you haven't seen this movie, it is absolutely insane. So it's another anime. Of course, we got Reanimator, which, you know, I could go on and on and on and on and on about, but Salem's Lot, another one, another classic. This is oddly enough directed by Tobe Hooper, who's the director of Poltergeist, allegedly. Okay, next up. This version is incredible. This is Cowboy Bebop, the complete series box set. It was gifted to me. It was an Amazon exclusive. It was gifted to me for my birthday about 4 years ago. And I don't think you can get this anywhere anymore. This version, I should say. And this is my favorite anime of all time. Absolutely love Cowboy Bebop. Okay. We haven't done here, we haven't done there. I'd say we're about 50% done. So now we're going to go to Arrow Video. Here's all of my Arrow collection. I think I probably have more lying around. I also have this, randomly was just sitting there. This is the complete series on Blu-ray, which is totally worth buying if you want to buy it. I also have all these discs here. These are all the replacement discs from the box set, which I'll show you guys later of all the Friday the 13th films. They fucked up 3 of the films in that box set. By the way, if you like this stream, please consider hitting the like button. Hit the 3 buttons if you're on mobile. Click that, like the stream. Okay. We have Phantasm 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. This I bought last Halloween at Walmart for, I think, about $25. So that was a good deal. It also comes with a poster, which, you know, let's actually unbox something on here as well, because I don't know what the poster looks like. Also, I don't know if this will open. So how's everyone enjoying the stream, I hope? I really hope it's a Wednesday, so... Wait, is it Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday, so... I don't know how many people tune in. Damn, I can't get this thing open. Cheetahman says, I have the 5 movie set of that. That's awesome, dude. I think 1 and 2 come together like for some reason here. Okay, here we go. Let's check out the Glamorous Frog is here. Ooh. This is like, that's like a hardcore poster. How big is it? Oh, it's fucking damaged. Look at the shit that they do to these posters, man. Pisses me off. Hey, you get a free poster, except we damaged it. Holy shit, this is a big poster. Check this out. So, Phantasm on that side. And then the original poster on that side. Not bad. That's a pretty big poster. But it's damaged. So that kind of sucks. So, I, flatten it out. Could probably flatten that out and get that framed one day. There's a lot of my movies I have never framed or even thought about framing. Okay, here we go. Here's all my Arrow video releases. Starting with a film that I think is incredible, The Stylist, directed by Julie... I don't know how to say her last name. She follows me on Twitter, or I follow her. I've talked to her about this film a few times. If you guys like horror movies, I highly suggest this. It's not for everybody. It's about a hairdresser who steals people's hair and wears it. But I love this release. I think it came with a poster too. All of these things come with fucking posters, which is great. I love the posters. Yeah, I don't answer political questions in the chat, so good luck to you. But I definitely don't do that here. Alice, Sweet Alice. This is highly influential to Eli Roth, many of the directors out there. This movie, man, it stars a very young Brooke Shields. And it's just go watch it. I'm not even going to discuss that one. Edge of the Axe, which I believe is a Brazilian slasher from back in the 80s. This, again, awesome. No, I can't answer your question. Thank you, though. The Mutilator, which got a crazy sequel that came out. I can't believe this many years later we got a sequel to The Mutilator. Unbelievable. Chill Factor, which is another 80s slasher film. I love these, man. Absolutely love these. House 2. House 2, House 1, great films from back in the day. I don't know if you guys have seen House, but they're crazy, man. Season of the Witch. What a weird film. This is from George Romero. So Season of the Witch was directed by George Romero. I mean, what a weird film as well. The Crazies, directed by George Romero. I buy all of my Blu-rays this way with that with Arrow Factory in mind, right? Let's just say to the people in the chat that are having discussions about things that have nothing to do with us in the chat here, I'm just giving one's full permission to just start banning people that are coming in here and derailing. Here is Society. Have you seen Society, guys? It's a crazy one. By the way, Terrence, do not ban everybody by mistake. Shout out to you, Terrence. Thank you. The Hills Have Eyes. Wes Craven. When I don't want to say too much about this, but if you haven't seen the Hills Have Eyes, a great film from back in the day. Mike says, don't be DSP. Listen, let me just clear this up. If I want to ban somebody for any reason, I could just do it. But, I don't like people derailing the stream. Horror Express. This is a classic. The reason I got into this was actually because of Creepshow Season 1. did an episode with Justin Long where he put on these like VR headset and he went into like the movie, and I was like, I have to actually see the movie. Donald Trump says, don't ban anyone that no, sorry, he says, listen, ban anyone that doesn't support me. I don't care if people troll me in the chat. I just don't like when people come in here and keep going on and on and on about bullshit that we don't want to talk about. We have Mallrats, which I think is one of the classics. Like, I think I've watched Mallrats a million times on VHS. So to get it on Arrow, had to do it, man. Yeah, Ronald and Sachs in the chat say, yeah, Stacks, I should say, said that they had to watch it too. Real Spoiler says, yeah, it's like my favorite Kevin Smith movie. Totally agree, man. DJ says Mallrats is a banger. Dude, I love. Stack says explain Arrow. Arrow is just another company, essentially. When you see that on the bottom, that's an Arrow release. Arrow is just like Criterion or any of the other boutique shops that release Blu-rays. They take a film, they'll remaster it, they'll get special effects done or redone, or they'll get the director involved with commentaries and stuff like that. Donald Trump's Tremendous Steak says, do you have any HD DVDs? RIP HD DVDs, Xbox era. I actually have the player somewhere. And to answer you about having an HD DVD, I think I have one. So I'll pull it out when we get to it. I don't see it right now, so it might be somewhere here. By the way, if you're new here, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button. Appreciate you guys. How come there's more random people in chat versus the PC streams? So basically, when I stream vertically, we go into the shorts feed. So that's why we get a lot of new subscribers, but it's also why we get a lot of dumb trolls that come in here and try to derail the stream. Last House on the Left, Wes Craven. This is a highly controversial film. Wouldn't recommend watching it with your children, that's for sure. Love the movie. Love Wes Craven. Next up, Hellraiser. Obviously, I mean, I don't need to say too much about that. Lover's Lane, which was, listen to this, Lover's Lane, which is starring Anna Faris. It's a 90s slasher that a lot of people don't know about. I think it came out in 1990, did it? I don't see an original date here, but I had to buy it because it reminded me of I Know What You Did Last Summer. Next up, we got Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. I bought this for like super cheap. Torso, which is Sergio Martino is a fucking terrible person. Watching the behind the scenes of this movie, he's like a womanizer. I don't even want to get into it here. He's just terrible. Torso, on the other hand, is a great giallo film. Mike Winfield has become a member for 1 month. Thank you, dude. Says, thoughts on Full Moon films. I love the Puppet Master films. Well, we'll get to those in a minute, dude. So thank you, Mike. Okay, Phenomena. This is a giallo, which this is also directed by Dario Argento. This is a weird movie. If you haven't heard about it, we've got Jennifer, what's her fucking name? I always forget the names. Jennifer Connelly when she was young. She has, like, I don't know how to explain this movie without giving away too much, but I highly suggest it to the people that like giallos and like weird shit, like coming out of Italy. She can talk to bugs and animals. I'll leave it at that. So I actually have a collection of these like crazy releases. So we have the Cat 9 Lives, or 9 Tails, I should say, which again, we're talking about Italians making ridiculous films, Argento films. Look at them all. I have all of them here. Deep Red, which also is another amazing giallo, and then the bird with the crystal plumage, which is another one. These things cost so much goddamn money. Not all of them are sealed. I watch them as much as I can, right? But yeah, these things are so much goddamn money. I think they're $100 each now. They're all 4K. That's what's crazy about these releases. These are all 4K remasters of that. Living Legend, how deep are we talking? So let me put that back. Did I miss a super chat? I think I might have. Or maybe I didn't. I don't know. Yeah, dude, zero chill. It is super expensive. Okay, we have one row here, one row here, one row here, 2 rows up here. It's never ending, guys. So let's just keep going. I don't even know what this is. Oh, look at this. Does this ring a bell to anybody? City of the Living Dead. I bought it recently on 4K. This right here, man. I mean, I can't believe I have this too. The soundtrack came with the edition. It also came with some stickers. I don't see where I have it sitting right now. I'm sure we're going to run into it. Oh, here it is. City of the Living Dead on 4K. This costs more money than you want to know. This is from Cauldron Films. This is the 4K version. I think this was like $80 for this. It's also known as the Gates of Hell. That's why it said that on the back of the release there. Okay, next up. Hope you guys are enjoying this. We're getting like halfway there. Thank you for the support, by the way. We're at 226 likes. If you guys could like it, really appreciate it. Puppet Master 1, 2, and 3 on Blu-ray. So full moon releases are like hit and miss. You are my biggest fan, says James. Thank you, James. Appreciate the support. I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate you. I like the way you move. We've got the Monster Collection. This is 9 films across the genre, you know, the horror genre back in the day from Universal Studios. Universal Studios absolutely owned everything back in the day in terms of this stuff. What is going on? Wait a minute. Is that going the other way? Okay, weird. So, right here. These, man, are great. So we're talking Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, Invisible Man, Creature of the Black Lagoon, Phantom of the Opera, The Wolf Man, and Bride of Frankenstein. Classics. They're also on 4K. This right here is just the standard HD releases, but they come with very cool little artwork, a little bit of info from each film. So, Serial Vapus, I have not been there, man. Okay, let's go. Inglourious Bastards, 4K. I bought it for $19.99. Totally worth it. I actually got it for $15. I said 15, and the guy's like, fine. So, here's a good one. And I have watched it. Texas Chainsaw in 4K. Oh, God, this movie's amazing. What's crazy about this movie is the first time I ever watched it, I was just like, it's okay. It's okay. But my appreciation for it over the years really went up. Next up, The Fabelmans. Had to buy this. It's basically Steven Spielberg writing about his parents. I wanted to find out about everything about him. I find him fascinating. So the film itself's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's spectacular, but it's oh man, Color of Space. Nicolas Cage, Color of Space. What a weird film. I've watched it already once. I don't know why I have this. I think I might have got it as a gift. Weird film. It's also from the producers of Mandy, which we'll talk about when I get to it. It follows the original release. I have it on Blu-ray, of course. This is one of the most influential films, I feel like, to my career as a filmmaker, just for the style and everything. Of course, we have the Halloween films. these things are probably going to be worth money one day because of how they were released in Canada. These were Anchor Bay releases in Canada, which doesn't even exist anymore. Then we have Halloween 6, 7, and 8, I think. Curse of Michael Myers, H2O, and Resurrection all in one package, which, yeah, a few of those are okay. We've got Isle of Dogs. What is this called? Life of Dogs? I think it's called Life of Dogs. Haven't even seen it. I don't even know why. It's in my collection. Red Sparrow. This was sent to me by Fox Studios before they were bought by Disney. Never watched it. They used to send me all their Blu-rays back in the day. Frozen Planet 2. This was given to me by Xbox when they gave me an Xbox Series X. No, an Xbox Scorpion or whatever the hell it was called. They sent that to me so I could check out how it looked. So I'm taking this off because I'm overheating. Thank you, Zaylin. Appreciate the support. I don't understand why it's still going on this stream. You did it once, not twice, right? So I'm getting out of my suit because with my luck, he's going to be like, back on, or a pig or something, or somebody's going to make me wear the pig suit, which, oh my God, Xbox Series S. No, Xbox X. See, it's Xbox One X is what it was called, wasn't it? Terrence, you don't pay me enough to do that. By the way, I have like crazy stuff on this side shelf that I never show. Like, I'm a huge... Oh man, it got damaged. Fuck. How'd that fucking happen? Man, that's gonna piss me off. Check this out. Snake Coco, what's up? You're late, you're fired. I love you. Put chili on my chest. Next up, the worst cover ever in Canada for Poltergeist. Look at that. It's so bad. Like, what are they thinking? What are they actually thinking? Like, this is the cover we get in Canada? Yeah, dude, look at the cover. The hell is that? Next up, from the Soska sisters. Now, Soka sisters. This movie is incredible, by the way. They also just worked on a sequel to Night of the Living Dead called Festival of the Dead, which I haven't seen it yet, but we'll see. Okay, Terrifier 2 Collector's Edition on Blu-ray. I should have waited for the 4K release. You're fired. Dead Silence. Bought this before I found out it was coming to Scream Factory. So let's start going through these a little quicker because I'm saving some great stuff for the end here. And I'm starting to lose my voice. Thank you for the support, though. So I'm going to not really rush, but we're going to get through these quick. Crazy Stupid Love. Love this movie. Ryan Gosling's fucking amazing in it. The Cure for Wellness. This is a follow-up to The Rings. It's not a sequel, but follow-up for the director. This is one of the most gorgeous films of all time. And right there you've got Mia Goth, who is an absolute incredible actress. Then we got The Godfather on 4K. Had to buy that. Here you go. Somebody said earlier, why do you not own Heat? There it is on 4K. I've got Happy Birthday to Me, which is a Canadian release. A lot of films out of the 80s came out of Canada, such as Black Christmas, Happy Birthday to Me. There's a whole slew of them. I'll get to them as we talk about them. Valentine's, Bloody Valentine. All of those were shot in Canada. So Canada had a little bit of a, horror shockwave out of the 80s back in the day. We've got Mia Goth and Pearl. This film is fucking incredible. Some of the best acting I've seen for a very long time. We got The Lost Boys in 4K, which is a great movie. I'm happy I own this, but it's like slightly overrated in my opinion. The third reel is like, okay. Doug says there was a crash outside my house. Thank God no one was hurt. Where I live, there's kids all over the place. Oh, Christopher. Dude, what happened? A car crash inside of your house? Doug, I'm glad everyone's okay there, dude. Holy crap. Next up, 1 Week. This is a Canadian film with Josh Jackson, who I absolutely love. In the film, he essentially gets cancer and he decides, like, I'm going to buy a car and drive across the country as I die of cancer. Great film. Super sad. Bullet Train on 4K. I got this for like $10. Haven't even seen it. The Search of Darkness, The Complete Journey into the 80s Horror. This is all 3 films that they did for documenting the films out of the 80s. So we've got Journey into the Iconic Horror. Then part 2, they did The Journey Continues. And then part 3, The Final Journey into the 80s Horror. These documentaries are absolutely amazing. If you've never heard of them, look them up. In Search of Darkness, it came with this amazing poster, which I still actually have sealed right here. And highly recommend that one. Okay. Yeah, somebody in the chat just said they're so good. Totally, dude. Okay, next up we have... Let me see if I can get all these at once. The Rock. Some people might know this, some people might not know this, but there's a rumor going around that The Rock is actually a James Bond movie. So, Sean Connery's in the film. He doesn't play James Bond, but there's a lot of hints that he is James Bond in the film, unofficially. And he gets captured and he blah, blah, blah. Watch The Rock again and think of him as James Bond. There's some amazing videos that were made on YouTube about it. And after seeing those videos, I think he's James Bond in the movie. It's crazy. Next up, the Bourne trilogy. Absolutely love this trilogy. I don't need to go on about that. We got Nightcrawler, which is a very spooky, weird film. Kind of reminds me of Taxi Driver. It's a bit of a masterpiece. It's also a bit of like, I would say it's like meta, a little meta on itself. It understands what it's supposed to be. It's about this guy who essentially takes his video camera out and captures really surreal moments. So he'll follow like a cop car to like a murder, and he'll film it and then sell that back to the news organizations. Not going to give away how it goes, but Jake Gyllenhaal. By the way, Jake Gyllenhaal. I'll tell you a story about Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal showed up to TIFF one year. He ended up... So my friend, I'm not going to say who it is, but my friend, she worked at TIFF, and Jake Gyllenhaal fucked one of my friend's friends, and then the year later came back and totally didn't realize who it was and forgot her name. And yeah, he basically has sex with everybody constantly. Next up, we have Zach and Miri make a porno. I don't know why it doesn't have the full name. It's weird. So this is a Weinstein film. So Weinstein, ooh. Jacob's Ladder is amazing. Next up, Gremlins. Don't need to talk about that. Warm Bodies, Doom, Dollhouse Season 1. I don't even know why that's here. That's a weird one to have. Straight Outta, The Taking of. That's a good action film. Get Him to the Greek, which stars 2 jackasses. Really enjoyed it though. Life of Pi. We've got Jurassic Park, 10 Things About You, which is a classic now. Troy, Jaws, the original version I owned. Gone Girl, amazing film. Some Criterions I have here, right? Curious Case of Benjamin Button, love that film as well. Another David Fincher film, which is just amazing. Bodies, 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 which is a decent teen slasher type film. This one's big, and I'm not talking about what's in my pants. Silence of the Lambs, Criterion. Amazing film. Amazing to finally own that. Then I had Silence of the Lambs, Dead Kids, which was sent to me from Australia for free. I don't remember why. And then Gremlins 2. Gremlins 2 being an underrated film, in my opinion. Okay, ready? Paul the Alien, thank you for the support. Let's just go to the chat quick here. Apocalypse, thank you, man. People Under the Stairs, we'll get to that. I got it on Scream Factory. April Hobbs, what's going on? Appreciate you here. We got Radio, Ragnarok, One's 2 Cents, Terrence, Paul the Alien, Swag Bay, Med School, appreciate you. Todd Howard, Living Legend, Nightbot. Listen, ban the Nightbot in the chat, please. Appreciate everyone that's here still and everyone that liked the stream. Real Spoilers, thank you. And Watson, Stewart, thank you. Deadpool, this was sent over from Fox. Don't really need to discuss that one. We all know what it is. Super 8. This was supposed to be E.T. I was so excited about this. The trailer to this was like, oh my god, we're getting E.T. Part 2. There's some amazing acting in it. It just falls apart. I feel like the alien is like somebody came up with the alien design in this film and just was like, yeah, okay. It was like a first pass feeling. I was really disappointed by the end of that. Good Morning Vietnam, a classic Robin Williams tale. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Amelie, of course, that's a classic now. We've got Enter the Dragon, which is also another classic with, the backstory of The Crow. 4K version of this is coming out quite soon in the end of April, I believe. Memento, which is a classic. Red Dragon, I own Red Dragon. That's weird. Don Juan, which I really like that movie. Army of Darkness, which is not as good as the other ones in my opinion. Here's some more anime that I have. Spirited Away. Absolutely love this movie. It's a classic now. Misery says, which is a better movie, Manhunter or Red Dragon? Manhunter by far, dude. Red Dragon's good for like the Hollywood spooky stuff, but Manhunter's like a slow-paced character piece about the Red Dragon. Francis Dollarhide in that movie terrifies me. Meet Joe Black. I love this movie, except for the scene where Brad Pitt randomly starts to talk in a Jamaican accent, which I thought was hilarious. Galapagos Island, which I love those. The bridge on the river Kwai again. Kwai. Warrior. Holy shit, this movie. This movie is fucking insane. Have you seen Warrior? It's basically about two UFC fighters. One of them was in I think the Afghanistan war. And it's like, holy shit, Warrior is just crazy. Next up, we have Back to the Future trilogy. I don't need to explain that. Next up, another one of my favorite animes of all time, Death Note. Unbelievable. Love it to death. I watch that every couple of years. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Digibook. Underrated film. Again, if you haven't seen this yet, Jack Nicholson just steals the show. Next up, we got the Die Hard 25th anniversary. It's kind of crazy to know that he's like, he's losing his life. It's crazy. We've got the Digibook of Taxi Driver. This film is, I would say, one of the most influential films of all time for a lot of directors out there. And then we have Avatar, and last but not least on that shelf, we have The Legend of Zelda animated series. Well, excuse me, princess. Okay. We have Ring Fit Adventure for some reason. Okay, next group of movies. Ready? Last Exorcism, which at the time I thought was incredible. I haven't watched it for a very long time, but I'm positive that's a great movie. We got Chillerama. Somebody told me to buy this recently on stream. Haven't watched it yet, obviously. Don't know anything about it. It's got a cool cover, and it's starring... So it's an anthology film, and Tim Sullivan and Adam Green do some of the portions in it. So Adam Green is famous for doing Hatchet. Tower Dragon says Super 8 would have been better if they just never showed the monster. Tower, man, thank you for the support, by the way, dude. And I totally agree with you. If they didn't show that goddamn monster, would have been a much better film. I totally agree, Tower Dragon. And also, Tower Dragon, thanks, man. The Babadook, people hate this movie because of the acting on the kid. I think it's amazing. Okay, you got... Somebody asked this. Come and play. So this is shot in Toronto, exactly where I used to live, just down the street from me. This is also based on a short film that they had found on Twitter. No, actually, sorry. They found it on YouTube, and they decided to give the guy the chance to make it into a feature-length film. Do I like the film? It grew on me, to be honest. It's not that bad. But then again, you know, there's much better films out there, but it's not that bad. I recommend if you're into, like, the horror genre. Invasion of the Body Snatchers in 4K. I mean, that's a classic, the ending of that film. We got Skyfall, of course. Don't need to talk about that much. Mandy. Holy shit. If you've not seen Mandy, that's where this t-shirt comes from. The Cheddar Goblin is within the movie. It's a TV commercial that's playing on one of the TVs that Nicolas Cage looks at. And I don't want to explain it. Like, just go look up Cheddar Goblin. And I guarantee you guys will be like, whoa, that's fucking amazing. The movie, though, this movie is like a head trip. Good luck getting through it. I don't think a lot of people can get through that movie without either puking or being like, why am I even watching this? Because it is like gruesome. It's a very gruesome movie, man. Okay, so I know I'm about to be made fun of, but I'm just going to say it. Also, I have, I'm just going to say now, I also have the complete series of X-Files somewhere. I don't know where it is right now. It's around. Here we go. The complete series of Dawson's Creek. I don't want to wait for my life to be over. You guys can suck it. Best show to date. I don't want to wait for my breasts to be older. Apocalypse says, I watched every episode. Dude, I love it. I love Dawson's Creek. Mike, listen, ban Mike in the chat for making fun of me, please. I'm kidding. Next up, Clerks 3. While I think like the movie has some great moments in it, overall it's not as good as part 2, but it's still good to be back with these characters in the View Askew universe. The one thing I have to say about this is the ending pisses me off. I'm like, really? Come on. What the fuck is this? It pissed me off, but I accepted it. The ending is just... Don't give away the ending, guys. Next up, we have a very weird film that I keep hearing I need to watch. It is called Ma. I don't know anything about this, but a lot of people were saying I should watch this. Then we have Clerks 1 and 2, obviously classic films. I love both of them. The Munsters, Rob Zombie's The Munsters, which was just like, oh, that is hard to watch at times, but interesting just to see how he made that. Happy Death Day, the original release. Last House on the Left, the remake. Here's where we're getting into a little bit more of my horror stuff. Just Desserts. This is the making of Creepshow. This is an amazing documentary. They all get together and have dinner and talk about the film. Next up, Mud. I really enjoyed Mud. It's Matthew McConaughey. Okay, Running Man. Classic Arnold film. I hear it's being remade, so Godspeed on that one. Creepshow Season 1, amazing. Frenzy, underrated Hitchcock film about a serial killer. I love that movie. A Bridge Too Far, which is actually based on the moments that my Oma lived in over in Holland. So that's crazy. Okay, if you liked It Follows, trust me on this one. This is a movie you all have to go watch right away if you liked It Follows. Mostly because Maca Monroe is the actress in this. Watch her. This movie is one of the creepiest movies I've seen for a very long time. It is essentially a remake of Rear Window to a certain degree, but holy shit is it good. Very well done. I'd say it's like a influenced Giallo movie, but it's like, you know, it actually makes you realize what it's like to be a female living with men. I know I'm not trying to be woke here at the moment, but what I'm saying is, like, when you are a small, petite, blonde, blue-eyed woman, and there's a serial killer walking around, that you have no fucking protection. Like, a guy can just grab you and pick you up physically. And that's what the film's really about. It's about that, like, actual sheer terror that a woman has to go through. And I'm baffled on how well they made that film. The director's fucking incredible at it. I've got some amiibos here. I don't know why they're kind of stacked here. I kind of went crazy with the Monster Hunter Rise stuff. I really enjoyed it. Don't ask me. Don't even ask me. Don't fucking ask me. I don't even know. I don't know. I really, when this game came out, I really, 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 really loved Breath of the Wild and the Guardians. I had to own those. Anyways, let's keep going here. Also, I have the Legend of Zelda pin that came out with that. Here, I could show some of these. I think I have more of them. Where are they all? That can't be it. Ah! Where's the rest of my NECA figures? I've got tons of them. I don't know where they are. Halloween, Friday 13th. I'm gonna actually put them down here because up there they're gonna fall. Actually, I don't know where the rest of those are. I have like 5 million of these. Ghostface, Julie B, have a good night. Comes with the different faces. That one's amazing. Honestly, I don't know where the rest are, but let's carry on with the Blu-rays. By the way, guys, just want to say, and I know you guys get so fucking sick of me saying this, thank you for the support. I see the super chats and I'm like always blown away. Unfriend, which it is what it is. We don't even need to discuss that. Got Halloween, Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends, all in 4K, all fucking terrible. That was frustrating, man. I mean, the first one, you get Jamie Lee Curtis back and you're kind of excited and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then Halloween Kills comes out and it's terrible. Like, I can't believe it. And then Halloween Ends. Halloween Ends is just classic. Those aren't pillows. This is amazing, man. Image Gecko says there was a Baton Rouge area serial killer named Derek Todd Lee. He targeted women, killed at least 7, but is believed to have had more victims. Dude, that is crazy. Enraged Gecko, I love those stories and shit, but when you actually like get into it, it's like terrible, man. You know, I've studied all serial killers because my first short film is about a serial killer, and I wanted to get some sort of insight into being a police officer, but also being a fucking killer. So I studied a lot of really weird shit for my first movie, Silence, which I'm still working on, by the way. It's not out yet. And it's a short film. And we have a serial killer in the movie Silence, in my movie Silence, and I can't wait to show you guys that one day. It's going to take a while because I'm doing a documentary and 3 other movies and potentially doing a $250,000 budgeted horror film at some point. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Classic, classic, classic. Kyrus Blade says, I've got all the Disney Gargoyle NECA figures. Dude, I didn't know you were still here, Blade. Fame Killers, you're late, you're fired. Kyrus Blade, I just want to say to you quickly, dude, thank you for the support you've been doing over the last, 2 months. You know, all those memberships and everything, man, they all added up. And, because of you guys, I literally was able to like do crazy things on the show. And, you know, as you guys know, I'm doing all these events and like I'm bringing the psychic medium on the show so we could just like have fun with her. That sounds terrible, but you know, without the support, we wouldn't be doing those things. So thank you to Kairos Blade. Just wanted to give him a shout out here quickly. Right here. I am Eric just said, listen, Jay, put me between your two pillows. Those aren't pillows. Dude, that's my favorite scene of all time. I fucking love John Candy and oh my God. Thank you, I am legend. Or sorry, well, you are a legend. I am Error. Thank you for the support too. John Wick 2, which we don't need to discuss. If you haven't seen this movie, holy shit. This reminds me of relationships I was in back in the day. Roger Rabbit, 25th anniversary, obviously. Right there. That's an amazing film. We've got the Hateful Eight, which I absolutely love. We've got Sucker Punch Steelbook. I got this for $2 somewhere. It's in mint condition Steelbook. I think it's probably worthless now. Richie. Origin. Only reason I own this one is because it's Mike Flanagan. Directed by the director of, like, House on Haunted Hill or whatever it's called. Or, what's that? What is it? The Netflix show? I never watched it, but we got Unborn, which is based on my mom. She wishes I was not born. As Above, So Below, which I love the title of this. This is about the Paris catacombs, and it is a very cool found footage film. Highly recommended for found footage people out there. We got the Prom Night remake, which not so great. Lights Out, which is from David F. Sandberg, the guy who did the original short, went to Hollywood and actually made this. Grim Foil, thank you. He says, we all float down here. Dude, I love it. And I love you. Thank you. Grim, I appreciate it. You'll float too. Would you like a balloon? Would you like a balloon? Amber Heard's Turds has been a member for 1 month. Thank you. Do you agree that Super Punch was an amazing movie with a deep message? You mean Sucker Punch? Isn't the movie about like women, violence against women? I haven't even seen it, so I don't know. But I love this movie, by the way. I'll watch it one day and get back to you. Commando. Holy shit, that's classic. I used to watch this every fucking day on VHS back in the day. Freddy vs. Jason, which I think we have it over here now in the box set. So I'm glad that, whatever. The Fifth Element. Love this movie. Classic. Don't need to say much about it. Uncle Buck likes to fuck. Another John Hughes masterpiece. If you haven't seen this one, you are missing out. We got Tron Legacy, which I love. Really like this movie. Characters are a little flat. We've got... Oh, man. It sucks I bought this at the time I did because the 4K version came out. This is Fright Night. I had to import it from the UK. It pissed me off. Kairos Blade says, not very active today at work. Kairos, thank you, though. Like, just you even watching and gifting the members like you do, like you did there. Thank you, man. We've got one of the weirdest movies to date that you've seen in my collection. This right here, I could pretty much guarantee would be canceled if it came out again because it's essentially about a 13-year-old boy having sex with like a 35-year-old woman, which at the time, somehow in the 80s was like, oh, that's great. I love the movie. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be woke or anything. But what I'm saying is if this came out nowadays, people would like fucking shit a brick. I wouldn't give two shits. I think it's adorable and cute. It's not like she takes advantage of him. But, you know, people would just be pissed off because they're pissed off about everything. Freaky. I like the movie, but it's just missing something. You know, like Catherine Newton, she's an amazing actress. I love everything she's in, but I don't know, man. Just something weird about that one. The Night House. Holy shit. So let me say that when I hired the actress to be in my first movie, Silence, I gave her this movie and I said, this is the character I want you to sort of draw upon to a certain degree. This movie is amazing. However, I feel like the ending of the movie is a little bit flat. I would like to see a little bit more. Ready or Not, which they're making a sequel to, is directed by the Radio Silence, the guys that made Scream 5 and 6. This movie, highly underrated. Not a lot of people know about it. It is incredible. If you haven't seen this yet, put this at the top of your list right away. Ready or Not, check it out. It's about this family that own... It's kind of like if you imagine the owners of, like, Monopoly, right? It's this, like, old, creepy family that live in this old, giant mansion. And one of the sons is being married into the family. Sorry, the girl on the front here is being married into the family via one of the young sons. I'm not going to give away anything of this, but it's a game. Like, it's part of the game of the movie. It's so good. Strange Brood, which obviously I have to own because guess what? I'm Canadian. This is just like crazy. We've got Rosemary's Baby again, and last but not least, Crawl, which is also the director also did Mirrors, which I showed off earlier. Let's keep going here. We're doing good timing here, so let's get through this before I lose my mind. Look at the dust come down. Okay, we're going to do this quickly. And also, thank you for liking the stream. Thank you for the support. We have Life, which people need to get. We got Chucky, 7 movies. This is a great box set to own. Unfortunately, they all came out in 4K, so that box set's pointless. Frequency, which I feel is like an adult version of Back to the Future, and it's great. The Shape of Water, which I believe was filmed in Toronto. Still haven't seen it. That's a Del Toro film I need to see. Suburbia, which is essentially a remake of Rear Window, except with Shia LaBeouf. And I really like this. It feels like he's up against Michael Myers at the end of the film. So I'd say I like that. Death Spa, which I learned about from Red Letter Media. It's about a spa and a gym for some reason where people get killed. So there you go. The Fugitive, classic film. You know, it's like the man with one arm killed my wife. I didn't kill my wife. I love that movie. The Place Between the Pines. The Place Beyond the Place Beyond the Pines. This movie, if you haven't seen it, is like 5 hours long. It feels like it's 5 hours long. But I don't want to give any... Like, it's a good movie, but it's not perfect. Some of it's a little weird. Okay, Night of the Living Dead 90s remake. This is directed by Tom Savini. It says George Romero at the top. Essentially, they tried to remake this so they can get back some of the rights, because if you don't know, when they originally released the first Night of the Living Dead, they forgot to copyright the film correctly. So it went into public domain immediately, and no one really made any money off of it. So this was the attempt to sort of redo that and get some of the money back. It's directed by Tom Savini as well. So if you know who that is. We got Amityville Horror in 4K. Overrated. I'm going to say it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Amityville, but it's slightly overrated. Next up, we got the complete Jason collection. I got that for $35. Shudder. This is basically what this is it's like a Japanese, I'd say it's like a Junji Ito story come to life about a ghost. And what's crazy is like Joshua Jackson back in the day, from the producer of The Grudge and The Ring, really underrated movie. It's just a little movie. It's cute. It's small. It's little. Red Sonja, which is, I love how Arnold takes up the whole cover when the movie's not even really fucking about him. I love that. Next up, X. Amazing film. Can't wait for the third one. Equilibrium. Just as good as The Matrix, in my opinion. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, obviously. We got Inception, Trick or Treat, which is a very underrated horror movie, and then Live, Die, Repeat. Absolutely love this movie. Edge of Tomorrow, it's also known as. Amazing. Am I sick? No, I just coughing from all the dust. We are still here. This is directed by, I forget who it's directed by, but it has Barbara Crampton in it. So if you know Reanimator, she's great. We've got Blair Witch Project, which we don't need to discuss. Chinatown, which is destroyed for some reason. It looks like somebody sat on it. The original Titanic release, which who cares? Terrifier 1. Oh, man. Am I allowed to show that on stream? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, that cover I just showed you, that is the alternate cover. So there's no nudity there, just to be clear. She's covered up. Here we go. Signs of the Lambs in 4K. Hello, Clarice. We went all the way to the FBI. Love this film. One of my favorites of all time, of course. I've got like 5 copies of it. Here we go. Drop Dead Fred. How many people remember that from the 80s? That is ridiculous. Prom night again? Wait a minute. Wait. Didn't I just show prom night? Wait, did I show prom night twice? I feel like I did. Hang on, I'm having a seizure here. I definitely did, okay. Oh, it's on this side. See, so let me just say that every once in a while, I'll rebuy a movie, and then I'll be like, oh, I own this already. So there's one example of me buying Prom Night twice. Jay, do I smell toast? Just putting these away so they don't fall over on me. Yeah, look. Wait a minute. No, it's 2 different versions. So this is how stupid I used to be. Why? So look. 2 versions, 2 covers. I don't know why I have 2 copies of that, but I must have looked at it and just said, oh, that's something I don't know. Okay. So this shelf is done. That shelf is done. That shelf is done. Okay, let's do this quick. We're going to go through this quick, guys. Ready? This is all my superhero shit, which, in my opinion, it's like Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, of course I remember that. Okay, Watchmen. This one is signed by David Hayter from when he was on my show, of course. So we got Batman. Like, to be honest, I don't even want to go through these ones. So Batman, The Batman, Man of Steel, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Deadpool 2, Harley Quinn and Batman. Love the animated stuff. Pink Panther. Sorry, Black Panther. I don't know why I said Pink Panther. Then we have Aquaman 1, Lego Batman, Death of Superman, Constantine, Batman Assault on Arkham, which I really enjoyed. Iron Man 3, Wonder Woman, and Teen Titan, The Judas Contract. I don't know why, but I love the animated universe that they created. So next up, we have Spider-Man, Homecoming, Avengers, Batman, Gotham Knights, all of the Iron Man films, Thor. Now, here's my personal opinion. This is the best one. This one, Flashpoint, unbelievable. This is such a good animated film. If you guys haven't seen it, this is the one I recommend. Then we got Batman, Batman Ninja, Superman Unborn, The Killing Joke, which, whatever. Captain America Winter Soldier, Avengers Age of Ultron. I still haven't seen this one, which some people are going to be like, what? Haven't seen that one version yet. And then we got First Avengers. And then last but not least, there's a few things here. Justice League Season 1, incredible show. Love it. Justice League Dark. We got Batman, the animated series. One of my favorite things I own. Justice League versus Teen Titans. Really enjoyed that one. Gods and Monsters. Haven't seen that one yet. Suicide Squad. This is pretty good, but it's the same shit as usual. Under the Red Hood, pretty good. Batman and Robin, I actually really enjoyed that. Versus Robin. And then Batman Bad Blood, really enjoyed that one too. And then we have Batman Dark Knight Returns, Batman Beyond the movie, Return of Joker, and then Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice. So that is most of, if not all of my superhero stuff. Some other shit might pop up here and there. So let's finish this off. Day of the Dead. Candyman Day of the Dead. We have The New Kids, which is an 80 horror movie. I love these cases because they kind of throw it back to the 80s, the idea of a VHS tape. David Cronenberg Shivers, which is about, basically it's about like going to Terrence's house and these little creatures get into your body and they make you have sex. So that's what happens at Terrence's constantly. So don't go to his house and eat any of the food there. Scarface, of course. Mad Max, of course. Oculus. Love this movie. This is a Mike Flanagan film. If you haven't seen this yet, it is a creepy... Wait, do I have the right movie here? Yeah. Oculus. Love that movie. The first Ouija movie, which is like 2 out of 10 in my opinion. Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's movie. Lego movie. Really enjoyed that one. Up. Really enjoy Up. Antlers, which is about a Wendigo. And then Steve Jobs, because I'm a Mac guy. I had to see it. Okay, here we go. So we have just 2 shelves to go here, and then we have these 2 shelves. Those right there, those 2 shelves are like the heart of my collection. All right, so here... Right here, we have all of my Scream. So I have Scream 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Scream 4 has not come to... And by the way, these are all the Steelbook versions. Super hard to find. I mean, I'm a huge Scream fan. So to get these all in the Steelbooks was hard to do, but totally worth it. You know, like, these are goddamn amazing releases in 4K. Probably super expensive at the moment. I haven't looked at the price of any of those. I also don't know when Part 4 is coming out. So I gotta pay attention to that or I'll miss out on Part 4. I've got Part 4 standard edition here though. And then I also have my original trilogy right there. Now, moving on quickly, since we already know these movies. Sorry, I thought I saw something. A ghost. I Know What You Did Last Summer. This right here, man, that is a classic. How many of you have seen UHF? American History X, which is an extremely violent film. I remember seeing that as a kid with Edward Norton. And what he does to that guy is just like, oh. James Cameron, Terminator, obviously, we don't need to talk about that. Battle Royale, one of my favorite films of all time. Highly influential film as well. Clockwork Orange, which... I also have the 4K of. I don't know where it is right now, but weird. Maybe I got it in my hand? No. The Visit, underrated M. Night film. Shaun of the Dead. I mean, I don't need to say much about that. And then I have Ash versus the Evil Dead, which was okay. I wasn't blown away by it. Sounds like my cat's having a bag of chips to the left. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is like a marathon. We're going to get through it all. We're going to be here for another 2 hours. So thank you for watching. I appreciate you guys. And also thank you for the support. Shutter Island. Absolutely love this movie. I don't know if... I would like to see the, if they got the DP from A Cure for Wellness or the DP from Shutter Island to do Shutter Island, I think the movie would have been a little bit better in terms of visuals. I'm not saying it's a terrible film, but it's kind of boring to look at. I feel like they didn't take sort of advantage of that whole island. American Werewolf in London is an amazing film back from the 80s. Has some amazing, incredible, and I mean incredible transformations by the legendary Rick Baker. So if you want to see amazing werewolf action, that's the movie to watch. Next up, we have Don't Breathe, one of the most suspenseful films of its day. I love this movie. The director just directed a new Aliens film, so we'll see how that turns out. It's called Alien Romulus. So I thought about it. If you get this director to do an Alien film, that could be fucking amazing, especially with his talents with moving the camera within a very compacted space. Next up, we have the original X-Files movie, which, you know, was shot in Canada, so I had to kind of buy it. Drag Me to Hell. Underrated. If you haven't seen this is a fucking crazy movie from Sam Raimi. If you like Evil Dead, you've got to check that one out. Next up is Frozen from Adam Green. This, I would say, is like a Hitchcockian film. It's about 3 people that go up. It's crazy. They go up the ski lift, and the ski lift randomly shuts off. That's all I'll tell you. If you guys can find a copy, or if you can find it somewhere, watch it. It's very well done. Very, very well done. Next up, Seven. I love Seven. Don't need to talk about that movie. It's one of my own, probably favorite films of all time. Paranormal Activity 1, 2, and 3, which is now pointless. I own it. Minority Report. Looks like it got ran over by a truck. Love that film. 12 Monkeys. Another Terry Gilliam movie that's just absolutely batshit crazy. A lot of people don't like Brad Pitt in it. Zodiac, one of my favorite films of all time as well. I think there's like, I'm trying to think of like how many films David Fincher made that I love. All of them, you know. There's that 2-pack again. Then we got Django Unchained on Blu-ray, which don't need to talk about. Now, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. This is the original film steelbook version. So I ended up getting that just because I'm a huge fan of the film. Death Proof. So that is one half of the Grindhouse doubleheader that happened years ago. Planet Terror is fun, but like Death Proof is where it's at. Next up, Goonies. What can I say about this that's not been said? You guys know Goonies inside out. X-Files. Oh, God. Fight the Future. Okay. Valerian. Holy shit, underrated. If you are a fan of Fifth Element, go out there and do yourself a favor and watch this movie. It's fucking amazing. It fits right into the universe, too. Room 237. Somebody asked about this earlier. Of course I have it. It's a documentary about all of these subtle or not so subtle sort of hidden meanings inside of The Shining, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. So if you haven't seen this film, it's thought-provoking, but I think it goes a little too much into it. And then we've got Blair Witch, which was Adam Wingard's version of the Blair Witch, which I watched at Midnight Madness at TIFF one year. That was an experience. I had a lot of fun that night, man. Okay, we're moving on here. I feel like I'm missing some movies here. I actually am. Probably in the other room. Project X. It's getting a sequel, by the way. This is directed by the director. Are you ready for this? Sorry, it's produced by Todd Phillips. I thought it was directed by him, so it isn't. From the producer of Joker, the director of Joker produced this movie. It's about a crazy fucking frat party that gets out of hand. I really enjoyed it. Got Diary of the Dead from Dimension Extreme, which is like a Miramax company, which is really weird. This is George Romero's fifth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. His fifth day of film, and it's not very good. So there's that. Jurassic Park, of course. Old Henry, bought this because it's a Shout Factory release. This is like a crazy, crazy, crazy Western. So if you don't know that one, check it out. Got Alien in 4K. Haven't watched it yet. Don't even know if the transfer is good or not. Got Popcorn. That's from the 80s. It's not that great. Not a huge fan of it. Don't Breathe 2, which is just like calling it in at that point. We got Cat Eyes. This is a classic. I think a lot of people probably grew up with that. American Beauty. I love the movie, but holy crap. Candyman, the remake, it's okay. I think it's missing some of the themes from the original. John Wick 3 in 4K, gotta own that. Ghost in the Shell, obviously. Carlito's Whale. Silver Linings Playbook. Love this movie. The Revenant. Another film shot completely with natural light. They never used a single light on set. They used fire, daylight, moonlight. Go watch the movie again. It's crazy. Constantine, I think I showed you that. And Demons. Why do I have 2 copies of Demons? Okay. We're almost getting there. Oh, I did that shelf. Okay. Okay, so we are now down here. Dashcam, amazing movie from director Rob Savage. Very hard to like the main girl in that film, though. Okay. I have 3 copies of Constantine. Is that what's happened? I don't think you have much movies. I guess I don't. Okay, let's keep going here. I'm gonna rocket through the next couple of shelves so we can get to the Scream Factory stuff, because that's what I think people would love the most. So next up, Trainspotting 2. Can't believe we've got a sequel to that, but it's pretty good. Lawless, which is a Western with Shia LaBeouf, Tom Hardy, and Jessica Chastain. Great movie. Very hard to watch at times. War of the Planet of the Apes. This was sent over by Fox Studios, and I didn't even watch it. Same as Raid 2 was sent over. Now, I know the Raid movies are incredible martial arts films. Amazing action. I just haven't seen them yet. Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, which is okay. Dog Day Afternoon. The acting in this film alone is just worth checking out. Gran Torino. This is basically the guy that lives next to Terrence. Terrence is going to kill him one day because he's extremely racist. We got Stardust, which... Why do I have Stardust? Matthew Vaughn directed it, which is weird. The Matrix again, and then Blade Runner. Now, let's go through these quick ones. We have Spectre, which I haven't even seen yet. Fight Club, which I can't believe doesn't have a 4K version yet. The Fighter, which is an amazing film. Casino Royale, which I put up there with everything, man. Like, it's one of the best Bond films of all time right there. Wreck-It Ralph, of course. Pulp Fiction. I got Batman. I got Batman Steel Case, which I think is empty. Oh, no, it isn't. Then we have I Am Legend, Total Recall. I've got the Far Cry 5 soundtrack for no reason. Another version of Avatar. Poltergeist 2 release. This is terrible, by the way. The release, I should say. Hot Fuzz, Gattaca, Evil Dead. This is amazing. If you haven't seen the remake of Evil Dead yet, I would say it's one of the best remakes of all time. The Woman in Black. Really like that movie. Really spooky. The ending is great. Suspiria, the remake, which, you know, you kind of have to get if you're into horror movies. Christine, which is a John Carpenter film about a car that tries to run you over. Really enjoyed that one. 28 Weeks Later. And I know what I'm about to pull out here, people are going to lose their minds. 28 Days Later. This movie is extremely expensive at the moment and hard to find. I think I might even have like 2 copies of it. But yeah, these 2 movies are super hard to find at the moment. Crap, remake of Nightmare on Elm Street. Stir of Echoes, that right there is a classic as well. The 50th anniversary of Psycho, which, you know, Labyrinth, of course. Okay, ready? Look up the price of this right now. I got this movie at a garage sale. I got Dogma on Blu-ray, mint condition here, at a garage sale for $5. Go look up the price of this right now. It is the most expensive Kevin Smith movie to date. I think this is probably going for $200 Canadian or something. Am I right about that? Yeah, and 28 Days Later is also out of print, but this is like through the roof right now. Okay, so you said that you had Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead. So these are also out of print. So this is going for $100 US, and these are going for quite some bit too. I don't know. I don't know why I have that many copies of it, but also I have that. But yeah, I've got copies coming out the ass of that too. Okay, let me grab some more here. We're close to the end of this shelves down here. Then we're going to get to the last two shelves, which I'll go a little slower with. Yeah, I don't know why I have two of those. Okay. Okay, next up. By the way, thank you if you're a new viewer here. Please consider subscribing, and thank you for all the super chats that have went down today. I really appreciate that. Argo Extended Edition. Love that movie. Directed by one and only Ben Affleck. I've got another copy of Labyrinth. I've got Rocky again for some reason. Black Swan. Sixth Sense. Huge fan of that. You guys are going to kill me for this one. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? It's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard. Simpsons the movie. Raid Redemption. That's amazing. Another copy of Amityville. John Wick, the first one. Princess Bride. Of course I could own that. Cape Fear. Forgot I owned that one. And then, this is classic. Boogie Nights. If you've never seen that, wow. Manchester by the Sea. I hear it's very depressing. And then Road to Perdition, which came out quite some time ago. Rachel McAdams, by the way. Rachel McAdams is from the town that I'm from. I just doxed myself. But yeah, Rachel McAdams, I think her parents live up the street from me. Anyways, here we go. American Pie, four film set, classic. I remember going to the theater watching that when it came out originally. We've got Vanilla Sky, Bullet, Almost Famous, RoboCop, Heat, Dark Knight Rises. Why are they not on the shelf? Full Metal Jacket, Chasing Amy, another film that's probably worth a fucking ton. Another film that's probably worth a ton. Chappie, who gives a shit about Chappie? Terrible, terrible movie. Pan's Labyrinth, which is a classic now. Stallone and Cobra, of course. Midnight Cowboy, which is about Terrence and I. Peppermint, which was terrible. Kingsman, and then Kingsman, the second one, that was sent over by Fox. Then I have the Dawn of the Dead remake, of course, and T2. Nothing too special in that. Okay, so here's what you guys have been waiting for. Appreciate all the people that came through today. We're almost at what you've been waiting for. Ghostbusters, Baby Driver, which is okay. Hi, my name's Johnny Cash. Love Walk the Line. By the way, he proposed to his wife in Canada, just so you guys know. Thank you about my sexy legs. Wolf of Wall Street, one of my favorites as well. Dirty Dancing, what I'd like to do with all of you guys. Gone Baby Gone, incredible film again. I really, really, really like this movie. It's fucked up, but I like it. Annihilation, which is just a fucked up science movie. Eagle Eye, which is okay. I don't really remember it. Now, Star Wars Rogue One, Star Wars The Force. We got At World's End, which is the cap off of the trilogy, of the Cornetto trilogy. We got Fury, which I really like that. It's about a group of soldiers stuck in a tank. We got Drive because we're manly. Guns of Navarro because we got guns. The Grand Budapest Hotel because we got to stay in a hotel. Tim and Eric's $1 billion movie with cat hair included on top. Amazing. I bought this for like $2 somewhere because that's what it's worth. And I bought this for like $3. And then last but not least, Elysium, which another crappy movie from fucking what's his face. Okay, here we go. Okay, I also have DuckTales, My So-Called Life, which is incredible, and of course the best collection. This is unbelievable. Laser Blast. Why do I own Laser Blast? I mean, I don't even know why I own this. Okay, here we go. Here we go, the stuff you've been waiting for. So I've got, this is going to be hard to do because it's alphabetized. I don't want to unalphabetize it, so I'm going to stand up and do this quickly. So, starting with the alternate slipcase for my Dead Space collection, or my Dead Space 4K Blu-ray. This film was shot just down the road from me, kind of, in a little town called Elora. Super meaningful to me because I basically lived down the road from where it was shot. Okay, so I'm going to just grab all the ones off the top here and show you guys, but they're not alphabetized yet. So that kind of sucks, but not much I could do about it. I also have a special edition up here next to my X-Men Tiger electronic toy, which, as you guys know, that's goddamn incredible. So let's start here. Ronin Flex. So this is a distribution house that released an amazing version of Haunt. Look at that. Comes with posters. This is a great slasher film. Takes place in a haunted house, of course, or a haunted, I'd say, a sort of a carnival ride. This was expensive. Let's just say that. I think it's also in 4K. Okay, so here's some of them. The Haunting of Julia. So I got that recently. It's 4K. Honestly, I don't even remember why anything about it, really. The Burbs. This is a classic, absolute classic. Let me say, so apparently Jay lives some kind of filming. So apparently Jay lives in some kind of filming wonderland. I mean, I kind of do. They do film a lot of things where I live. So a lot of the stuff that you might have grown up with, they film like in my area. Next up, had to upgrade this. People Under the Stairs 4K, man. Absolutely amazing film from Wes Craven. Back in the day, I didn't even know what it was about. I never understood what the hell it was. But nowadays, like, I just recently watched that in 4K, and it's spectacular. Jostler says, have you seen Hell House LCC and its sequels? Of course I have, dude. I love those movies. Found footage movies. They're pretty good. I don't think all of them are spectacular, but Jostler, thank you for the support. I'm trying to see. It's not showing me, of course. No, I can't see it, man. I was going to say, I think, well, it doesn't matter. Simon Pegg, A Fantastic Fear of Everything. Love this movie. Had to buy it when it came out. If you haven't seen it, it's about a writer who's basically losing his mind. I mean, Simon Pegg is incredible in that. Then we have Dark Angel, which is just a Dolph Lundgren film from the 80s. I had to buy it because I didn't really know much about it. Creepshow Special Edition 4K. Of course. Got to own that. And then it goes directly into Graveyard Shift, which is terrible, but I love the film now. Looking back at it, Stephen King film, based on Stephen King's novel. It's not that well executed. Dr. Giggles, this just came out recently. This is an amazing film from, I think it might be yeah, it isn't the 80s, it's 92. And then we've got Cat People, which I bought maybe a couple of years ago. I still haven't watched it. So you'll notice that a lot of these Blu-rays I'm about to show you, I haven't watched. And that's because I have too many. So let's start in the A's. So these are the, thank you for sticking around, by the way, because these ones I'm about to show are the ones that I think you guys will appreciate the most. Sour Balls just gifted a membership. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. I'm going to come down there and suck your sour balls. Thank you. See, at the end of the streams, I always go off the rails. Doug says, what do you mean by found footage film? So found footage is Blair Witch. Blair Witch Project didn't really come up with the idea of the genre, but it popularized the genre. So found footage would be like shot on a VHS or old film or of that nature, and they actually find the footage, and then you're seeing the footage that was found. And Blair Witch made it popular, but there was an Alien movie that did something a little bit before that, and I forget the name of it right now. Living Legend, did you see the early 2000 Ghost Ship movie? Remember a super disturbing scene with the sail rope? Living Legend, man. Thank you for bringing that up. Ghost Ship? Absolutely, dude. I love that opening scene in Ghost Ship. We'll get to that in a second, though. So thank you, Living Legend, for the support too, man. And thank you, Sour Balls, for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. Next up, we have Eric Roberts in Ambulance, which, again, a lot of these I haven't seen, so I'm not sure about them. April Fool's Collector's Edition with the slipcase. This is going like really far back. I don't want to give away too much of this. It's definitely a movie you should see if you're into slashers. Alligator 1 and 2. So they redid Alligator in 4K, and then they just re-released part 2 on Blu-ray. If you haven't seen that, essentially it's about an alligator that goes into a tunnel and becomes mutated. Precinct on 13. This is a classic John Carpenter film. Don't need to talk about that one. After Midnight, another weird film that I saw on the shelf and was like, okay, it's got commentary. I usually don't buy the films unless they have commentary on them. Alone in the Dark. Now, this is not what you think it is. It's not the video game. I wish it was, but it's produced by Robert Shea. So back in the day, Robert Shea would be known for being the producer of Lord of the Rings, but also Nightmare on Elm Street series. So I picked this one up just because I'm trying to have a full collection of Scream Factory. It's also got Donald Pleasance in it, who plays the Ice Cream Man. Attack of the Puppet People. This is like a what year did this come out? 1958. And it's crazy what they do for 1958. It's about small little people attacking bigger people. But they actually do a lot of scaling in the film. Look at the size of the telephone and the wardrobe. Not a lot of people have seen that one, but yeah. It's definitely a film. Okay. Next up, okay, if you're a fan, do you guys watch Futurama? How many of you out there watch Futurama? So in Futurama, there's an episode where Bender turns into a car and he chases people. Most people assume that reference was to Christine, which was John Carpenter's film about Christine, the car that killed people. However, that reference isn't about Christine. It's actually about this movie, The Car. And you can even see the reference sort of Bender. He turned into this car right here. This is a James Brolin film from back in the day about a killer car that just chases people. So people assumed it was Christine, but no, it's actually based on this right here. Remember Bender turned into that car? So it's kind of cool to see that. I've got Candyman, of course, which, everybody has. Big Trouble in Little China, classic John Carpenter film, over-the-top ridiculousness. The Blob, which is a remake for the 80s there. Apparently, they're going to remake this again, which is like, okay, we're doing it again? Here you go. The Brain. This is a movie about a brain in Canada. By the way, it was shot in Canada. It's about a giant brain that eats people. The Brain. Now, what's cool about these releases is they always have like audio commentary, behind the scenes, all that stuff. So getting this, it's expensive, but it's really great watching these old 80s films. We got John Carpenter's Body Bags, which I watched on Shudder recently. Absolutely love this. Liberal Trash says, hey, hope you're having a good night. Just stopped in and see what's going on. Thank you, Liberal Trash. Appreciate you. Yeah, Body Bags is an anthology story. Really love it, though. Brain Scan. This is when Edward Furlong was still, trying to have a career before he got into the hardcore drugs. This is a great film from back in the 1994, the 90s. Such a weird movie. Next up, Canadian film that some people might even argue is better than Halloween, the original Halloween. That would be Black Christmas. Now, some people would also say that Black Christmas stole the idea from Halloween, or vice versa. Halloween stole some of the script from this, or vice versa. I don't know exactly the story there, but I knew John Carpenter had talked about that. He was friends with Bob Clark, who directed this. Now, what's crazy about this is Bob Clark is also the director of another famous movie. Does anyone else know what the other Christmas movie he directed is? I'm curious to see if anyone knows. So this is directed by Bob Clark, but he directed another movie that is Christmas themed. Does anyone in the chat know what it is? There you go. I see Future Gamer says Christmas Story. Or Cheetah Man got it. So Bob Clark made a family movie about Christmas. Then he made a horror movie about Christmas. And I think this is better. The first shots in... Josser says the first person shots in Black Christmas, dude. Holy shit, man. You know how hard it was for them to get those shots back in the day? So they didn't have a steady cam. Halloween had a steady cam, right? If you watch Halloween, you'll notice that the camera's, it's steady. That's because they're using a steady cam. So when you're in the vision of Michael Myers, you're walking around the house, it's super clean. In this movie, they tried to emulate a fucking steady cam by essentially getting a belt underneath the film, the camera guy with his legs up, and basically carrying him around like a dolly. So all of the shots you see in this film are literally the fucking camera guy being carried by 4 crew members and trying to smooth it off. And some of those shots going up the stairs, they pass the camera off, which is crazy if you think about it. It worked to a certain degree, but some of it you can see in the film now and is very shaky. The Burning, which is like another, like Camp Crystal Lake type vibes. I don't want to get into that too much. It's gruesome. We've got Bad Moon. Bad Moon is another 90s movie that a lot of people have probably not seen. I don't even remember it. Haven't seen it, haven't opened it. Okay. Corpsey, I know that movie. Josso says Jason Alexander's in The Burning. Yeah, he is. Seinfeld fan out there, I see. Get a haircut, you act like a woman. Okay, next up. This is out of order, but Chucky 2 4K, obviously I don't need to talk about that. Chucky 3 4K, don't need to talk about that one. And then, of course, I also have Chucky 1 Child's Play, which is called Child's Play in 4K. Don't need to talk about that. We already know. Dracula, Prince of Darkness. Just added that to the collection last year. Carrie Steelbook. Great film. This edition of Creepshow is just spectacular. Look at that. Comes with a little comic as well. Cherry Falls, which is about a woman's period, just so you know. Cursed, which is a terrible werewolf movie by Wes Craven. What happened with that movie? Joshua Jackson's in it. I mean, I don't even need to get into that one. The Craft. Love watching that movie when I was young. Class of 1984, which is another crazy movie out of the collection here. When did that come out? 1999. No, wait. 82, man. Okay. Dog Soldiers. Some great special effects are in this film. This is the 4K version on Scream Factory. Highly recommended if you are into the werewolf genre and you haven't heard of that one. Definitely go check it out. Dawn of the Dead remake in 4K. Obviously, I had to buy that. Fan of George Romero. Also, the film was shot basically in my backyard back in the day. Dead Time Stories is terrible. It's an anthology film. It's laughable, but it's one of those like, this is so bad it's funny movies. We've got Deadly Friend, which is about, oh my God, Christy Swanson plays a cyborg in this, or a robot, and it has one of the funniest kills of all time where she throws a basketball at somebody's head and the head explodes. You probably know that. The Dead Zone. Haven't seen that for a long time. Disturbing Behavior. I love this movie. This essentially was supposed to be an X-Files episode. It is directed by David Nutter, who nutted all over the place and made the film. David Nutter is a director who also directed a shit ton of X-Files episodes. So if you watch this again and you go, well, that's kind of just an X-Files episode, it is essentially an X-Files episode. So go out there and find it. It's a great movie. I really enjoy it. Also, Katie Holmes was in Dawson's Creek at the time, and she was trying to get rid of like the good girl look. So in this film, she's like, look at my ass. And you see her ass the whole film. Dawn of the Dead. That is that is an amazing thing I own right there. Okay. Let me get a drink. Who's still here? Deliver us. What's going on? Samuel. Thanks, man. Yeah, poor Katie Holmes. What happened to her, man? Final Exam, a classic slasher from the 80s, or maybe it was even 70s. Wait, no, it was 81. I thought it might have been 79. This is the epitome of just go make a movie. You know, everyone's like saying like, "Hey, I want to get into filmmaking." This is literally just a bunch of guys going to a college making a movie about a killer, and they made it out of college. Check it out. It is a classic. Here's another one that scared the shit out of me as a kid. Fire in the Sky. Can I point out something? That's how it showed up. Welcome to Scream Factory. What the fuck did they do to my cover? Look at it. You know, it's almost as scary as the fucking aliens that are in this film. I haven't even opened to fix it. The Final Terror, don't know anything about this. Some of these movies I just don't know anything about. I just bought them because I'm collecting them, right? Okay, From Beyond. Come on. We all know this movie already, right? Jeffrey Combs, Barbara Crampton, Ken Foree, Stuart Gordon. What more do I have to say? If you're a fan of horror and you haven't seen that, you got issues. Fear No Evil. I know nothing about it. I just know that the back cover looked interesting at the time when I was picking it up, and I thought, okay, add it to the collection. Exorcist 3, man. Just as good as the first one. How many people agree with me? Let me know in the chat. I guarantee nobody agrees with me that this is just as good as the first one. Eyes of a Stranger. It's a movie. How many people agree with me? Sam hasn't watched it? Haven't seen it. Jeffrey Combs is the best. I agree with DL. DS9, I agree. Ronald, yes. Jostler says it's better in ways. It might be. The Editor. I was excited to get this. I know nothing about it. Okay. Evil Dead Remake. It is 4K only. There's no Blu-ray in here, which is unique for that company to do, because usually when you get a 4K, it comes with the Blu-ray. This was the first time they ever just dropped the movie with 4K only. I'm going to say this. I think this movie is the best remake ever for a mainline, I'd say, horror film franchise. Name a better remake than this. Good luck. Okay. The Entity. The Entity is a movie about a woman who gets hard-r'd by a ghost repeatedly, and then the movie falls apart. It's based on a novel that was written by a woman who truly believes that she was hard-r'd by a ghost. If you haven't seen this, the fucking music that plays when that ghost gets her is just like, how is this in the movie? It is insane. The bass line, Jostler, have you seen this? He'll appreciate it. The music when she gets attacked by the ghost is like... It's like, what the fuck are we watching? It's absolutely insane. All right. Happy Death Day, 4K. Had to buy that. Love these movies. Love part 1 and 2. Yeah, it's fucked up. Okay. House of Wax. Very underrated film. I would even say that Paris Hilton's not bad in it. She didn't bring down the film. She's actually very good in it. The Guardian, which is William Friedkin's. Oh my God. This movie is tough to watch. Ghost Story, another one I haven't seen. I don't know much about it. Ghost Ship, which has, again, one of the coolest openings in any film that I've seen for a very long time in terms of horror. The idea is that they're on this like ship, and they're like partying on this ship, and one of the wires gets detached, and it like slices everybody in half. And trust me, it's great. I just gave it away. Spoiler alert. This one's about Terrence taking a shit twice. That's when he did it the first time. That's the second time. So enjoy that one. That's what his shit. That's basically what you have to deal with after he flushes the toilet. That comes out. Ghoulies is a classic, man. Oh, The Fog. John Carpenter's The Fog, Steelbook, absolutely amazing film. Of course, I had to upgrade to the 4K as well. Funhouse. Somebody asked if I had that earlier, I think. This is another crazy film from back in the day. I don't think anything special about it. And then, of course, we have Firestarter, which was remade recently to not really great reviews. One sec. Okay. Next up, The Hand. This is a film about a hand, and it's also about Michael Caine dealing with the hand. A gifted cartoonist life comes apart when the seams of his drawing hand are accidentally severed. So, but a terrifying evil creeps into his consciousness. It's about his hand killing people. It's absolutely insane. We have Hellhole, which I know nothing about. Joe Bob says check it out. So if Joe Bob Briggs says check it out, maybe we should. The Howling. This is a classic. I would say super classic. If you watch Scream, they bring it up in Scream. She's like, who's E.T.'s mom in The Howling? That's what they're talking about right here. She is in it, and she is gorgeous in it. Hell Night. Somebody brought that up. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Hell Night. He Knows You're Alone is another one I don't really know. The House That Dripped Blood. This is a classic anthology tale, I believe. And I really enjoyed that one. And then we have House on Haunted Hill, which is another classic to a certain degree. Also, I just realized something. I've got so many of these. Okay, here we go. Halloween 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. This box set alone is a $200 purchase in Canada. I don't need to show these off. These are the crazy editions. I don't think you can order them this way anymore in the box sets, but holy shit, this is expensive shit. Every one of these was like $60 or something to get in Canada. Absolutely insane, but yeah, I gotta get it into the collection, Okay. Next up, The Legend of Hell House, which is not the same film as what you think. Yeah. I haven't even seen it. Let's Scare Jessica to Death. I hear good things about this, and I think it was filmed in Canada as well, unless I'm wrong about that. Life Force, oh my god. Toby Hooper's Life Force. If you have not seen this, it is an amazing movie about aliens coming to Earth. I don't want to give anything away, but it's about these like zombie aliens that come down to Earth. And holy shit, the production level is unbelievable in Life Force. If you haven't seen Life Force, highly recommend it. Krampus, another film I haven't even seen. Now, who directed it, though? So this is from the director of Trick or Treat. This one I can't believe is on Blu-ray, man. George Romero's Night Riders. Holy shit, man. This is a weird movie. I love this movie. It's about knights on motorbikes. Killer Party. I think it was a TV. I think it was a TV movie, maybe. Don't know too much about it. Jack's Back. I don't know anything about that one. It was on sale. Idle Hands. Of course we know Idle Hands. A lot of us grew up watching them. Idle Hands back in the day. Mouth of Madness, another film that was filmed in Toronto here. I sat in the same cafe where the axe comes through the window. And then last but not least in my hand, Inseminoid, which is... That is... Okay. I think we're getting banned for life for showing that. Okay. Next up, the ever so classic Lawnmower Man, which is like, if this came out nowadays, it would be canceled instantly. Not that I have any problem with anything in it. Movies are movies. They're not real life. You're supposed to watch them to escape, and sometimes they might have crude humor in them, or they might make fun of a certain type of person. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. It's a fucking movie. Like, let's move on. It's called a movie. It's a film. It's not real fucking life. So, yeah, it sometimes just pisses me off when people are like, you can't go back in time and watch that. You know what happens in Lawnmower Man? Fuck off. Land of the Dead. Holy shit. Another movie filmed down the road from me. The Legacy. This movie, man, let me see if I... Yeah. So, The Legacy is about this amazing story, which I really love. It's this, like, woman gets invited to a party in the English mountains, and she shows up there with her boyfriend, and they're all, like, weird people. And they're all saying weird shit to her. I don't want to give it away, but The Legacy's really well done. And then as it keeps going, you uncover the mystery, and you're like, holy shit. And it really pays off in a way that I thought it wouldn't. Now, Misery, which is about Terrence fucking holding me in his basement for 6 months with no food except chili. So, Misery, I don't really need to talk about that one. My Bloody Valentine, and that is not what you think. I was going to make a terrible joke there, but My Bloody Valentine is actually filmed in Canada. Vancouver, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Listen to this. Fuck. Okay, I put it back in. Okay. Motel Hell, which we all know. Everyone knows this movie, but it's I don't know. It's okay, but it's like, in my opinion, mediocre at best. Okay, so I ordered this recently, maybe a year. I say recently, but like a year ago. George Romero's Monkey Shines. Guess what? They're remaking this. I'm not kidding. It's about a monkey and a guy in a wheelchair. I don't need to say more than that. And I love this movie. Directed by Tobe Hooper, The Mangler. Unbelievable film from back in the day. It stars Ted Levine, who, if you don't know who that is, Ted Levine is Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. Would you fuck me? Was she a big fat person? Ted Levine. Fucking amazing. Okay, let's pull off the top ones here, because they're not organized, so... Okay, I'll leave that one for that. So, we're going out of order here a little bit, but World War Z, really enjoyed the film. David Fincher almost directed the sequel with Brad Pitt. Could you imagine a fucking World War Z film with David Fincher in the director's chair? Almost had it. Sleepwalkers. Holy shit. Here's another movie people complain about nowadays. Oh my god, do you know what that guy does to the girl? It's a fucking movie from the 80s. I don't care. I love this movie for how stupid and bad it is. Like, I don't look at it and go like, oh, I need to be a cat man who does that to a woman now. Like shut up. Man's Best Friend. Absolutely terrible film. Lance Henriksen was all over the place. I had a sit-down interview with Lance Henriksen at Fan Expo one year. He's like one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. Coma. I bought Coma. It just recently came out. I want, what did you say? Colezilla, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Says, I want Vestron video. I want it. Is 3 hours? Sorry, what do you mean? I think you have a typo there. I don't know what that means. I want Vestron. I don't have any of those videos. If you're asking if I have any in my collection, I have a vast amount of Blu-rays, but I didn't get into that. Shut up, Siri. Sorry, Siri went off. Coma, which is basically like what it's like to watch. So Coma's based on somebody else's live stream. That's what it's like to watch. You go to fucking knock yourself out and go into a coma. Okay, this movie.
I don't see a mom in your contacts. What is your mom's first and last name? I couldn't find that person in your contacts.
Siri, fuck yourself. I won't respond to that. Shut up. Siri's everywhere. Next up, Ravenous. Holy shit. This is about eating people. So again, just like going to Terrence's house, he'll serve you chili, but there's like people in it. This is like an underrated classic, to be honest. It's fucked up. And we have 8mm from Nicolas Cage. This was like a 90s whodunit, sort of a snuff film. The idea is that there's women being killed on film and he's uncovering it. It's not a bad film. Again, I don't have space for that right now. Okay. I have no idea what this is. I just saw it and I was like, that is a man. I have no idea. Obsession. This is another De Palma film. Haven't watched it yet. Orca, the killer whale. So basically, I love this movie. So what's crazy is that the music's by Marconi. Believe it or not, it's by Marconi. Here's what's crazy. Del De Laurentiis, who's a fucking batshit crazy producer. Like, we're talking him like absolutely insane. He goes to the theater and watches Jaws. He gets home and he's like, hey, let's do a movie about a killer fish. And they're like Jaws? He's like, exactly. He's like, what is in the water that's crazy like a shark? And they were like, an orca whale? So then we got Orca, the killer whale. This is like the equivalent of, yeah, somebody just said in the Cheetah Man just said it there. This is the equivalent of, like, we don't need to go pick up Jaws. We have Jaws at home. It's amazing to watch because all you're doing is watching them try to be like Jaws. But of unknown origin, this movie is about RoboCop fighting a rat. I'm not even kidding. It's about fucking RoboCop fighting a rat in New York City. Look. That's RoboCop fighting a rat. I'm not kidding. It's horrible. It literally is a movie about a guy who lives in a condo sort of apartment and a rat attacks him and he just attacks it. Watch it. It's definitely not worth watching, but Nightmares, this year's sleeper. I think this is an anthology of terror. I don't know anyone involved. I don't know much about it. It looks interesting. I bought it because, as you guys know, I just buy shit. Night Creatures. What the fuck am I talking about? Night Creatures, which is a 1962 film with pirates. Okay, we'll figure that one out one day. Night of the Creeps. So, Night of the Creeps. I'm trying to remember it. I'm thinking of Night of the Demons. I don't think I've seen Night of the Creeps. Well, there's too many. Look. Night of the Creeps. Night of the Demons. Night of the Comet. Comet. Okay, so let's just go back in time here for a second. Night of the Demons has Leanne Quigley's breasts in it, so there's that. Which I met her like 16 times now. She's a funny, she's hilarious now in real life. Nightbreed. This is a goddamn classic. If you don't know what Nightbreed is, you better go to jail. Okay, we're getting close to the end here, by the way. Thank you for the support. Sorry, we're not close to the end. I'm talking shit. We still have a whole row. Thank you for tuning in for the last 274 minutes. I appreciate all the support today. All those memberships. I'd love to be able to check where we're at, but I'm stupid. I don't have a device with me to do that. I think what happened is we were close to 1,500, but it dropped again. So it's at like 13, it's probably at 1380-ish based on the memberships we got today. So thank you again for kicking that number back up. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Let's carry on here. Prince of Darkness, classic. I mean, just classic John Carpenter film. If you haven't seen that one, get on it. Pet Sematary 2, obviously I had to buy this, even though it's like, it's nowhere near as good as the first one. Piranha, which I think is extremely overrated. Piranha is terrible, and it's from the director of fucking Gremlins. I think this movie is terrible. Now keep in mind, he made that movie when he had no money. So let's just say that. He absolutely had no money to make that. Okay, Psycho 4, the beginning. Psycho 2. You know, I like Psycho 2, to be honest. 22 years later. What was that? Doug, thank you for the support, dude. He says, Jay, do you remember the YTV show Afraid of the Dark? I loved it as a kid. Of course, man. Are You Afraid of the Dark was fucking amazing. Wasn't, no, that was Goosebumps. No, wait. Wasn't wasn't Darth Vader? What's Darth Vader actor name now? I can't think of it. Wasn't he on that show? Doug, thanks for the support, by the way. Okay, Prophecy, which is just absolutely terrible. Alone in the Dark was filmed in Canada, yes. Pumpkinhead. Wow. The first, the first one's okay. The seconds, they get worse. Phantom of the Opera, directed by Dwight H. Little. But what's crazy about this is, like, you know, Robert Englund as the Phantom of Opera. It literally says, an all-new nightmare. Robert Englund was Freddy, and now he's the Phantom of the Opera. Hayden Christensen was in that show, I think. So yeah, Phantom of the Opera with your boy. Not good. Okay. Here we go. Silver Bullet, which is, it's not bad. Silver Bullet's actually a really good Stephen King film. I don't remember much of it except Gary Busey's in it, and he's fucking insane. Okay, The Sentinel, I know nothing about it. Slither, this is when James Gunn was like ballsy and shit. So Slither's pretty good, actually. I would definitely recommend that to anybody that like really likes gore, because it's a gore fest. Here, I had to buy this. It's called Strays. It's about a bunch of cats that try to kill people. That's literally all it is. There's nothing else to it. It's amazing. Go look up the trailer of Strays. Okay, The Shocker. This is Wes Craven losing his goddamn mind back in the 90s. It's not terrible, but like, it's not great. But again, it's got that 80s flavor to it. So it is what it is. Silent Night, Deadly Night, which literally is the meme. It's garbage day. Had to buy that. I mean, we've got The Spell, which I know nothing about. I know it's like a young girl put spells on people's assholes or something. I don't know. Superstition. This is now I don't remember much of it. I do remember that it's supposed to be kind of like a exorcist idea. Or maybe I've got that wrong. Hang on. Something horrible happened in an old house on Mill Road. A series of ghastly accidents have occurred near the site where a witch drowned centuries earlier. But an alcoholic minister and his family have moved into the cursed residence. An idealistic young priest and a cynical police detective start their own investigation as they explore the unknown. Has the daughter of Satan returned? Okay, you get the idea. Maybe. Had to get this in 4K. Fucking, dude, Slumber Party Massacre 2 is like the most badass thing ever. The killer has a guitar with a drill on it. Like, come on. Now, we got that as well, which I guess I got 2 of them. Now, is Sexy Coco still here while I get a drink? Can somebody confirm that? Is Sexy Coco here? Doug, Cheetah Man, what's going on? He's not, eh? Of course, Sexy Coco just tunes in to be like, hi, I'm Sexy Coco, bye. Well, okay, so this movie is about Sexy Coco. One's 2 cents will get a kick out of this. The movie's called Make sure he sees this. This is about him. He's a snake in the grass. Thank you. Important doctor stuff? Okay. Species. Oh, I love this movie. It's like such a cool idea. The Resurrected. Now, this film is directed by Dan O'Bannon, who did this film right here, which I'll get to in a second. So, Dan O'Bannon directed this, and I think it's terrible. But he also directed this. And he... I don't know. I got the part 2 and the original release. Razorback. This movie is about beat-em-ups being attacked in his own country. Razorback, are you ready? Hey, Mike, somewhere in the Australian outback, there's a creature that can rip a man in half and destroy a house in seconds. Razorback. A giant freak of nature. Gonna come down there and move in with you. It's got muscles. It terrorizes the isolated community. Gonna come down there and get you. Razorback. The Porkipsky, I can't read this. The Porkipsky tapes. I didn't get that right. Did I? This is like, I don't even know how to describe this. I don't even know. I haven't even seen it. The People Under the Stairs, the original release. Incredible film. Road Games, which is also from Australia. Hi, Mike. Gonna come down there and make a movie. Okay. All right. Next to the next shelf. Can you believe we went through my whole collection today? All right. Got a fucking hand in my mouth. Here we go. Let's carry on. Okay, so I really like the movie Doors, but I prefer the movie Windows. You get it? I know nothing about this except it's about windows. The Vagrant. This one's about 2 cents stealing chili from his neighbors. That's basically what happened right there, so who knows. Virus. I think that there's a great movie in this, but the movie execution here is poorly done. I love the idea that these aliens could zap down data and then these machines would come to life and use human parts. Love the movie. I mean, it's terrible, but I love it. Okay, Valentine, which is an amazing 90s slasher film from the director of Urban Legend, Jamie Blinks. And then we have Urban Legend 2, which is not terrible, also shot in Toronto, Canada. But here it is, man. One of my favorite teenage slashers from Jamie Blinks. This was shot in Toronto as well. I fucking love this movie. Wait a minute, you haven't seen... If you haven't seen Urban Legend, what is wrong with you guys? Next up, The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Holy shit. They talk about this in Scream. It's cool that it's finally out on Blu-ray. It's been out for quite some time. The Tenant, which is a Roman Polanski film. Amazing movie. Absolutely insane ending, but amazing movie. Ignore the ending because it'll get canceled. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 with the slipcase. Not as good as the first one. Let's just get that out of the way. The Thing, which I've never upgraded to 4K because Universal, I don't know what's going on with that. Tales from the Dark Side, the movie. This is another film that is an anthology piece, I believe. It's based on a TV show. Haven't watched it yet. I know, I'm really behind on that. 13 Ghosts. Fucking amazing. Love this movie. Even though it's like over the top and silly and the premise doesn't make sense, I still love it. They Live. Come on. That's a Roddy Ryder. Oh my God. Piper's amazing in this. And then, of course, Sessions 9, which is the first ever film released that was shot in HD on digital. Now, people don't realize that, but back in the day, 1080p, 1080p interlaced also meant it was 720p. Interlacing, I don't remember or understand everything back then, but they shot this on a 720p 1080 interlaced camera, digital camera. So if you watch this movie, you'll realize that it's like got a really fucking weird frame rate, and that's because it's shot on one of the first ever digital cameras. So definitely go. This movie's amazing, by the way. Also, listen to this. It's also produced by Michael Williams. Michael Williams is Michael from Blair Witch Project, so he put his money into this. Michael Williams produced this. So Michael is the guy literally in Blair Witch where he's like, Michael. And Michael's like, I kicked that shit in the river. There you go. That's a nice little connection. Now I've got these two movies, which I'm going to watch soon. I don't remember much about them. All I know is that Corey Feldman's in this one. Okay, we're getting close. Next up is my Critters box set. Bouncy says, dude, I love your hat. Thank you. It was actually sent to me by the developers randomly. I didn't even ask for it. I don't know. Critters box set. Critters 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not going to even... I don't want to say what I want to say, but I'm not a huge fan of Critters. I think it's overrated, to be honest. The Omen. Now, let me just say that there's an Omen right now in the theaters. And apparently, it's fucking amazing. So I highly suggest you watch The Omen first before going to watch the new one. Yeah, Critters is overhyped, man. Critters 2 is fucking terrible. Like, not in a good 80s way, like in a bad 80s way, in my opinion. Next up, I got the Fly box set, which comes with The Fly 2, Curse of the Fly, Return of the Fly, and the Fly back from like back in the day. This is a great box set to have because it has audio commentaries on most of the films, so you really learn about the creation of those. Now, here we go. Here we go. Friday the 13th box set has all of those films, and it doesn't have, what's weird is it does not have that documentary I said. The Crystal Lake Memories documentary is not part of this. So it is amazing to own this, but I'm sure a 4K version is going to come out like 5 minutes from now. It's amazing, amazing. Last but not least, in terms of like the standard, we have It's Alive, which is like, essentially that's Sexy Kuko's son that escaped. We'll talk about that another time. Okay. Here are you ready? I'm actually missing some movies, to be honest. I don't know where Alien went. But here we go. These are the double features. So we have Ghost House and The Witching. Is that what it's called? Witchery. Haven't seen either of those, so I have no idea what they are. This right here, look at this. Jim Carrey and Love Bites. Holy shit, man. And then Love at First Bite, which is the second film on there. X-Ray and Schizoid. They always kind of have a theme across the two of them. So Bad Dreams. This one's about dreaming. A lot of like dream sequences between those. This is my favorite one. So Terror Vision and the Video Dead Man. These two together. This is an amazing pack. And then I'll just show this and say I have it, because now we have the Curse 1 and 2 2-pack. That's a great little 2-pack. Tentacles and Reptilius. This is totally what Terrence is into. Night of the Scorchers and some bullshit. I don't know. Some more witch shit. And last but not least, the last movie out of my collection, minus the ones I can't find right now. Are you ready? Trolls. Trolls 1 and 2. And that literally is every single movie on the shelf. I know there's more. I don't know where they are. I wish I could find them. I don't know where they are. I'm missing like Aliens 4K and a few other ones. How long has this been? Almost 5 hours. What are we up to? Almost 300 minutes. Hey Siri, how long is 300 minutes?
What would you like me to convert you to?
I just asked you, you dumb fuck.
I don't know how to respond to that.
You don't need to respond. You're just fucking stupid. Apple, man. What the fuck happened? Weird. So, how do you guys feel about my collection? I appreciate everyone that's been here for like 5 hours watching this. Let's discuss it a little bit here. Do you think I have too many movies? So J-Ram says fuck Apple. You're goddamn right. I agree, dude. Have I watched Pootie Pool yet? No, Alice, I haven't yet. By the way, I have an update. I have an update on... let me read it to you guys, because... Say hi to Black Sheep. Hi, Black Sheep. What happened? Hang on. So I have an update. So Jessie, who was in the hospital, and we haven't heard from her for quite some time, she actually messaged me and she goes, sorry, I haven't been in your streams. I was in the ICU for a few months back. Now I'm flying back to the UK to recover. It's been hectic. And I said, holy shit, I'm glad you're alive. And she said, I am alive. I'm doing okay. had a near-death experience, was in coma, and then I'm not going to read the rest here, but she says some personal stuff. And I was in the ICU. I'm just taking it day by day. So shout out to Jess. Not sure if she'll see this, but I'm glad you're okay. Everybody was wondering about you. We're glad you're okay. Why does it look like I have a line there? Pisses me off. All right, Steve says, start back at the beginning. I missed it. Once 2 cents says, can I go piss without you little shit starting something? That's one way to talk to them. Jay, how do you feel about Steelbook? Says Nightmare Jack style. I mean, I like the idea of collecting things. As you can see, I obviously have a huge collection of films, and I collect video games, and I like collecting things. And I understand why I do it. Some people collect the stuff. J-Ram says, shave your beard. You look like you're 12 years old. But yeah, some people collect things because they like the addiction of like finding those things. I just recently, and I'm not going to show it yet. I'm going to show it on Friday's stream or Saturday's stream. I'm going to talk about game collecting and game hunting, you know, to do with retro games and stuff. But you guys know that I was looking for Nintendo Power magazines, and you know that they're super expensive. However, I found a stash, like a goddamn stash of amazing mint condition Nintendo Power magazines, which I'll show off this weekend on stream. But holy crap, man, it's amazing. So people collect certain things. Deliver Us collects ears, from my understanding. So hopefully you can hear me when I say, yeah, collecting's fun to a certain degree, but there's one thing I do want to say that some people are going to be like, yeah, maybe he's right. Anything you could buy at the mall will be worthless to you in 10 years. If you need a pair of shoes, it's not going to last 10 years. If you buy a poster, you'll probably move. If you buy a bunch of movies, you'll probably not watch them. I mean, it's a true statement. However, if you actually get joy and it brings it to your life, like if I hold something here, like let's do this as an example. If I hold this in my hands, you know, it's like that Asian woman who's like, do you feel joy in your heart when you hold this? That's a true statement. Do I actually enjoy collecting? I think I have more fun going and finding the movies. But if I hold this in my hand, I fucking love this movie. Watching it over and over again makes me feel great. You know? I have a shit ton of wizard issues, Jay. Holy shit, do you? Yeah, I just recently found about 40 or 50 Nintendo Power magazines. I paid $60 US for them. So, I love this movie. Look at the damage on the front. Fuck. I wonder how that happened. That sucks. What's cool about this is they always have reverse artwork. So that's the new artwork. But Scream Factory always has reverse artwork. So that's the original artwork on the opposite side of the slip. So it's cool to see that. Living Legend. Living Legend, didn't you send something in? So is Mr. Awesome still here? So Mr. Awesome, Kyrus Blade, you are a legend. He says, that's why I have my NECA gargoyle figures. I love gargoyles. I have no notion of value increasing. Yeah, because you don't care about it, right? Jay, are your films alphabetical? No, they're not. Mr. Awesome isn't here, and I don't see... Because I got a bunch of packages. I guess I'll open them up on Friday. We'll see what happened there. Which somebody just super chatted. Nightmare Style Jack, thank you, dude. Really appreciate the support. He says, reason I ask about the Steelbook is I'm currently buying most of my favorites with Steelbooks. I feel like it makes the collection better, but it's expensive. Just got the limited edition of X for 160. Dude, I would love to own X in 4K. Is it 4K? Are they by genre? No, not really. I feel bad for D. But Nightmare Style Jack, thank you for the support. And dude, yeah, like what people don't realize is like these things will go up in value now. Like that Scream Factory collection I have there's probably worth like, honestly, I think it's probably worth like 7-8 grand for the two shelves there. These two shelves right here, here and here going across, probably even more than that. Every five of these is worth like $50-$60 right now. So it's everything going digital, man. These two shelves will probably be worth like 30, 40, 50 grand. And I'm not exaggerating, and I'm not saying like that's why I collected them. Mostly I can't find a lot of these movies streaming, and you can't find them anywhere. Like show me a place where It's Alive trilogy is streaming. There's nowhere you can find that. You know? Happy Birthday to Me. Where's that streaming? So yeah. I mean, the value will go up, but that's another thing. Samuel in the chat says, like, physical media is unedited. Totally right, man. Like, yeah. Or Demons 1 and 2. Dude, Tubby might have... Okay, let's just be honest. Tubby might have a lot of things, but I'll give you one example right now. I've wanted to watch this this movie by the Soska sisters called Festival of the Dead, which is a direct sequel to Night of the Living Dead, right? I've wanted to watch it. Guess what? Not available to stream in Canada. So right now I just put my thumb up my ass and call Terrence my boyfriend. What else am I going to do? Tubby, yeah. Josser says I had to download a ton of films illegally. Which is true, man. Like, you can't get these any other way, which is so annoying, man. It's called Tubby? It's called Tubi, not Tubby. We're not talking about your ass cheeks, Terrence. For God's sakes. Use a VPN. I get it, but come on, man. It's Tubi, I know. Not Tubby. I call it Tubby so I can make fun of Terrence's left ass cheek because it's bigger than his right. By the way, tonight I went to this Mexican place for dinner and it was fucking amazing. Living legend, you blew it. Listen, Nightmare, again, thank you for the support. By the way, thank you to everybody that supported the stream today. I'm trying to see how many memberships we got. I got no idea where we're at. Let me tell you by my phone. It kind of gives me well. By the way, just so you guys know, I put out the news video today, and I feel like the news video. But holy shit, we've got 60 subscribers since I went live. We're almost at 600. We're almost at 600. Wow, that's just crazy. Sorry, I'm having a nervous breakdown here. I put my news video out at 6 o'clock today, and I'm starting to think that doing any videos on the channel other than reviews, the news is dead. No one cares about watching the news anymore. I put that video up, and it's currently at 1,000 views, and it was 7 hours ago. So what's crazy is I could stream to you guys. You guys support the stream. I can continue to make amazing things and amazing streams. But, yeah. What happened? Did the stream end? Am I still live? Why this thing did it break? Everything's good? I got broke? What the fuck does that mean? So yeah, anyways, I was just saying that I put up a news video 6 hours ago and it's 1,000 views. The video that you're watching right now is probably close to 10,000 views. So, I don't know, man. The future of video game news on the channel is a bit like weird. I might do it in a live format because more people will watch it. So I might just live stream the news updates rather than do the video. I'm not going to give up on it now. It's not that I'm giving up on them, but no one watches them. So why would I do them that way? You guys watch this way more than the other version of it. So instead of me recording it, I'll just do it live and do it as a little video, I think. Kyra says try premieres. Like the shorts. So listen, I understand what you guys are saying, but the most subs come through the vertical live streaming and when I live stream from the main setup. No one gives two shits about the news anymore. That's why all the news channels are dying. That's why you don't see all of the news channels exploding with satisfaction. However, my channel is exploding right now in views because of the live streaming. And again, I appreciate you guys. But yeah, looking over at the news today, it's dead in the water. But you look at my last live stream, it's 8,000. The one before that, 12,000. The last stream I did, which was the night stream, is at 12,000 views. Like, I don't... So we'll see. Vertical, like my... Fake news. Unbelievable, Sam. Is that shots fired? What do you mean? No, Weekly Bites is not ending. It's not ending. I'm just disappointed that, you know what it is? YouTube is not sending out my videos, but when I live stream, they'll fucking send it to everybody in the Pope. So, it is what it is. I'll do it on Wednesdays. It's a lot of fun. If you didn't watch today's, please go check it out. You could do the news live and clip it. Yeah, that's another ability I have to actually do this. I can push this button while I'm live here, and what that does is turns it into a small clip. So thank you, Enraged Gecko, for the support, by the way. Trying to make a joke. Oh, I see. No, there's no shots fired at anyone else. I just feel like the news on channels is just dead. You know, today's news, if I did it as like separate videos, it might have been bigger, but today's news is crazy. People don't know it. And I'm like, okay, well. The notifications come, but like hours later. I know. Like even for this. Rockstar, what's going on in the chat? Appreciate you. So guys, physical media dying, streaming sites. Yeah, it's no wonder people are stealing the movies. Totally true, man. Yeah, you know what, Serge? It's totally trial and error, right? If I didn't do live streaming right now and just tried to do mainline videos, I wouldn't be able to survive whatsoever. But just from doing this stream today and doing these vertical streams and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday doing the other streams, everything is crazy. I'm not stopping video game reviews, by the way. Don't worry about that. I'm just questioning how to deliver the news because news videos are dead. I'm doing a review of Stellar Blade at the end of the month. And actually, to be honest, after this stream, I'm going to start watching the Fallout series. And I'm going to review that as a series. So I'm going to have to watch all the episodes, make my notes, and review it. So that review will be coming as soon as possible. It'll probably be here by, what day is it now? Wednesday? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It might drop on Friday or Saturday. So I hope you guys enjoy that. So yeah, I've been live 5 hours. I need to go take a break now. I'm losing my voice as usual. I want to say, yeah, Justin in the chat, thank you. I just want to say shout out to everybody that watched this. Thank you. We're almost at 300 likes. If you guys could like this before leaving. Appreciate the support today. It means a lot to me. Thank you to everybody that gifted the subs. I want to wrap up this video and keep it contained to my collection. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do tomorrow. I might take you guys somewhere interesting. It might be a real life stream. We might walk around and go get a sandwich or something. Alice, thank you. Justin, thank you. Glamorous Frog, thank you for the support. Stiller Miller, thank you. Glamorous again. Surge X, I appreciate you. I just realized your name is My Cock. MAWKCC. Is that what your name is supposed to be? Ace, thank you for the support again. Chloris, I can't get your name right. I always don't know. Ragnarok, thank you. Carbonite Dreams, thank you. Mike Stabatello, thank you, dude. Terrence, thank you. Enraged Gecko, thank you so much for the support, dude. I've noticed you're supporting in super chats, and again, dude, I really do appreciate that. Jostler, thank you for your super chats. You're a goddamn maniac. Zaylin, thank you for what you did earlier on the stream. I really appreciate you too, man. You really support the stream and you make these things happen. We got Rockstar says good night, bro. Good night to you. Kings of Les, huge supporter as well. Thank you to you. Monkey Gaming, you're always here watching when possible. I appreciate you. Sega Boy is always here as well. How does Sega Boy not have a fucking membership? That's crazy. Terrence, thank you again. One's 2 cents. Thank you. Appreciate you. Zaylin again. What am I missing here? Cheetah Man, I've seen you around. Thank you for the support. Ragnarok as well. Shout out to you, dude. I appreciate you doing that. What just happened? Somebody gifted something, didn't they? Rockstar has gifted $5 and he's put a little dog painting and it says something, "You're the one." I don't know what that says there, but thank you. Appreciate it. I actually can't see what it says. Something won. Thank you for this. That last super chat. Looks like Rockstar is going to take the win on the super chats. DS9, thank you. Stebatello, thank you. The Freak, thank you. Dimitri's been hiding. Thank you to Synthwave. Appreciate you. Matthew. Man, crazy. Everyone's like, say my name. I'm going to always say everyone's name at the end of the stream. If I haven't said your name, type in the down below there. Doug, huge support. Thank you, Doug. Really appreciate. Mattio, thank you. He says, thanks for sharing your movies. Have a great collection. Thank you, dude. One's 2 cents. Nah, I am the one. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Goddamn maniac. Well, it looks like one's 2 cents might be the last one. I'm going to quickly end it here. Because if he's not the last one, he will cry. I've seen him cry twice now. Well, Zaylin beat him. J-Ram, Serge, Pock, appreciate it. Frank West, thank you, dude. Says horror fan here. Dude, subscribe to the channel, appreciate it. Doug says no me, thank you, Doug. Billy, we're almost done here. I think we have everyone. Andy, thank you. D-Hat, I'm going to call you D-Hat. Van, what's up? Says Yeet. Listen, Yeet, appreciate you. Leafs fan, Glamorous Frog. I think that's it. We got everyone. We got everyone in the chat. Unless I'm missing anyone, quickly type. We're going to get out of here. Stellar Miller, thank you. Can't wait for you to 10K, 100K. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm going hard this month. Nightmare Jack says, still down ones. Sit down ones. All right, that's it. Carbonate Dreams, Roland. It looks like Nightmare has taken it. I appreciate the support, guys. I'm going to end this before Ones donates his whole paycheck. I'll donate on payday. I'm always broke, says KRX. You don't need to worry about that, man. I appreciate you just watching. Dave Fornish. I always fuck your name up. I appreciate you. Real Spoilers, thank you to you. Akara Genesis, Nightwalker, Edgy. I think we're done here. So it looks like he's taking it. Good night, guys. Appreciate you. See you back tomorrow, maybe. If not, Friday at 5 p.m. EST. We'll see you guys there. Hope you enjoyed my collection. Wait until you see what I found at a retro game store. I'll be showing that on Friday or Saturday. David, thank you. Dossman, thank you. I got everyone. Appreciate you. See you soon. Love you guys. Wow. Oh! One's 2 cents with the fucking stealth. Oh, One's 2 cents is taking it. I'm out of here. He's taking it, guys. You should be all fucking ashamed of yourselves. He's taking it. I'm leaving. Bye. One